That's easy. Orders of the day.
Government orders resuming consideration of Ways and Means motion number 3 on the budgetary policy.
When we left yesterday, we were with the Honourable Member for Abbotsford. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to continue debate. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when I started my debate, I quoted the words of King Solomon out of the Proverbs, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." Now that admonition is actually etched on Canada's Peace Tower over here. And there's a reason why it's etched there. It's a reminder to governments, it's a reminder to leaders, including the Prime Minister, that we are called upon, those of us who are in this august chamber, not only to lead by example, but to lead with vision, and to have a long-term view of the best interests of our country. I mentioned yesterday that I believed that this budget reflected an unserious Prime Minister, an unserious Finance Minister, and quite frankly, an unserious government. And I know there were a few of my Liberal colleagues that didn't like my reference to unserious, but the reality is, I believe it's a fair characterization of what's happened in this budget. Quite frankly, a serious Prime Minister wouldn't say budgets balance themselves. A serious Prime Minister wouldn't say that he doesn't think about monetary policy, which is so critical today as we discuss inflation. And you know, a serious Prime Minister wouldn't take a budget, cut it down by half in terms of a number of pages, down from 700 last year down to 300 this year, but then not cut anything else. Why is it that this government somehow has made the assumption that bigger, and bigger government is better? It isn't. We as Conservatives believe that as much as possible, government should remain small. It should be as least intrusive into the lives of Canadians as possible. And so, by the way, Mr. Speaker, should the tax burden. I'll get to that in a second. I want to touch on 4 main things, Mr. Speaker. I want to firstly talk about whether this is a growth budget. I want to talk about inflation and the cost of living, which is, of course, the biggest thing facing Canadians right now. I want to talk about spending. This is a big spending budget. It's not only big spending, it's big permanent spending that is going to saddle future generations of Canadians with a massive debt challenge. And then I want to talk about taxes and tax increases. You know, this Liberal government always talks about having Canadians' backs, having taxpayers' backs. The problem is it's all rhetoric. It's actually empty, vacuous rhetoric, because every budget that they table, the tax burden on Canadians increases and increases and increases. And I'll get to that in a moment. So let me start by talking about growth. One of the biggest challenges facing Canada today is the fact that we have an economy that is not positioned for long-term success. Economist after economist after economist, thought leader after thought leader has said that Canada's competitiveness is leaving it way behind in the global marketplace. Yes. And I'll talk in a moment about what that means. But the problem is that this government loves to put out documents like this budget. And smack dab in the title of that budget is the word growth. They want Canadians to believe that they have now heavily invested in driving growth in Canada. Well, the reality is they haven't. Why is growth so important? Why is fundamental growth so important? Why are the structural deficiencies in our economy so pernicious when it comes to our long-term prosperity as a country? It's because we're undermining our ability to compete on the global stage. That is the problem. If we can learn to produce more per person, more units per person, we drive prosperity, and what we do is we actually mitigate the inflationary pressures we face today in our economy. A lot of my liberal friends don't understand that. But if we can become more productive as an economy, as a nation, we reduce the likelihood of runaway inflation. We reduce the likelihood that the Bank of Canada, our central bank, has to step in and start increasing interest rates the way it's doing now. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that will only fuel inflation because it's all about spend, spend, spend. There's virtually nothing about growth. And when you talk about the few elements in this budget that actually touch on growth, it's actually about giving subsidies to the private sector. I don't know why the NDP isn't screaming bloody murder. They hate subsidies to the private sector. And yet there's a $15 billion fund here in this budget that effectively amounts to using taxpayers' dollars to incent private companies to invest in themselves, to invest in clean technology, etc. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in this budget that addresses the issue of interprovincial trade barriers, which is one of the most significant underminers of economic performance in our country. In many ways, we have freer trade with our free trade partners around the world than we have free trade amongst our 10 provinces, 3 territories. That's really a sad comment on our country, that our federal relationship cannot actually overcome barriers that prevent us from freely trading amongst ourselves. There's nothing in this budget to address comprehensive tax reform. We as Conservatives have been calling for comprehensive tax reform. Even the Finance Committee, in one of its earlier reports and studies, called specifically for comprehensive tax reform. Why? Well, firstly, we want to make sure that our tax system is fair, that those who really can't afford to pay taxes don't, those that shouldn't be paying a high tax rate don't, and those that should be paying their fair taxes should and do. Mr. Speaker, there's 4 areas of tax performance that I'll get to in a moment, but if we can get tax reform right, you can be assured that Canada will again become a place where the world wants to invest. Right now, Canada's investment performance, now you won't believe this, but our investment performance as a country is the very worst in the 30 OECD countries. Many of those are in the EU. It, of course, includes Japan, includes the United States, includes Canada. We're at the bottom of the list of those 30 countries when it comes to being able to attract investment from around the world. Foreign direct investment, as it's called, FDI. That is a terrible performance. This government has had 7 years to fix that problem, and they've done nothing about it other than throw a little bit of money at it. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's also nothing in here in this budget about rural broadband. One of the best things we can do as a country is invest in the infrastructure that will bring rural broadband to every single Canadian, especially rural Canadians, many of whom still don't have broadband. Because when we give Canadians access to broadband, we link them to the rest of the world. We link them to the rest of their country we link them to the rest of their community. And when you do that, you improve productivity and our ability to compete and produce in this country, whether it's products, whether it's services. We can do it more efficiently if we have comprehensive broadband infrastructure across our country. There's virtually nothing in this budget except to signal that, well, we did a little bit in the last couple of years, so that should be good enough. Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about competitiveness within the global stage, that is not enough. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in this budget about trade-related or climate-related resiliency. In fact, I noted yesterday there was one glaring hole in this budget. There were a number of us on this side of the House, some of whom are in this House right now, listening to me speak, whose communities were devastated by the atmospheric river event that took place in BC last year in November. This massive amount of rain that fell and the flooding that ensued. In my community of Abbotsford, the whole Sumas Prairie was flooded. A prairie that is full of chicken farmers, egg farmers, dairy farmers, blueberry growers, vegetable growers, greenhouses. It goes on and on and on. In fact, Abbotsford is the agriculture capital of British Columbia. We are the breadbasket of our province, and for much of the country, by the way. We're the #1 farm gate producer in the country per hectare. So you can understand when one of our big prairies is underwater, 4, 5, 6 feet, and the devastation that wreaked. We begged this minister, we sent a letter to her, co-signed by a number of our colleagues, MP colleagues on the Conservative side. Please, Minister, take this seriously. This was a 1-in-100-year event that is probably going to become a much more regular event due to climate change-related weather patterns. This is going to happen again. It could happen this coming year, could happen 3 years from now, but it's going to happen again. Did the minister listen to us? Did she reach out to us and say, hey, listen, what's this all about? What specifically would you like us to do? What are the projects you think I should fund? She didn't even reach out. Surely we as a country can do better when one of the most significant climate-related events doesn't even get a mention in this budget, isn't worthy of a mention. To protect human life, to protect livestock, to protect livelihoods. Clearly the minister doesn't care. So, Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned all of the different areas of this budget that could have addressed the issue of growth, but didn't. And so I'll go on to say that if there is going to be a recovery, a deeply rooted economic recovery, not a shallow recovery, as we're experiencing right now, not an inflation-driven recovery where Canadians actually get left further and further behind, if we're going to have a true, thoroughly rooted recovery within an economically competitive economy, that needs to be driven by the private sector, by our small businesses, by our medium-sized businesses, and yes, by our many large businesses across Canada. This should not be bigger and bigger and bigger government trying to steer the economy in the right direction and always getting it wrong. Next, I'd like to talk about inflation and the cost of living. Now, you may recall, Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, 1 year ago, this minister stood up in this House, and in addition to all of the other massive spending that she was undertaking in that last budget, by the way, that was the biggest spending budget in Canadian history. Much of it has gone to waste. But she got up in this House and she said, and colleagues, fellow MPs, I'm also setting aside over $100 billion worth of investment, which I'm going to call stimulus. I want to use this stimulus to plug it into the economy, inject it into the economy, because the economy is not doing that well. We want to make sure that so we're priming the pump, so to speak. And we thought, oh, we can see where this is going to go. And then she cautioned us. She said, listen, I'm going to take care that we don't pump too much stimulus into the economy, because we all know around this house, if you pump too much stimulus, too much cash into the economy, that's more cash chasing the same number of goods and services. That creates inflation. So she said, I'm going to take care of that. I'm going to make sure that consumers are protected, that Canadians are protected. And she said, I'm going to put in place guardrails, labor-based guardrails, a number of other guardrails that will give me an idea of whether this stimulus is actually required, so that I don't make the mistake of pumping too much in and driving inflation. Yesterday I was in the lockup, in the budget lockup. We get to ask questions of the government, of the officials. And we wanted to know what happened to the stimulus. How much of the stimulus was actually spent? Were the guardrails applied? How much of that stimulus is left unspent? Well, there was no answer. They stumbled, they fumbled. They said, well, we can't really identify how much of that stimulus is spent because, you know what, it's been allocated to different departments and they're responsible for reporting on their own spending, so we can't really tell you that. What about the guardrails? What about these protective measures that were to ensure that not too much cash was pumped into our economy that would stimulate inflation? We don't know. We don't know. There's no answer. Well, today I think we know what the answer is. Every single penny of that $100+ billion was pumped straight into the economy. And guess what we have today?
Inflation.
The worst inflation in over 30 years, driven by the actions of this government. Now, I'll be the first, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge that not all inflation is driven just by what we do in Canada. Yes, there are supply chain constraints around the world. Yes, there are spikes in commodity prices around the world that drive up the cost of living. That's consumer price inflation. But there's something else called asset price inflation. Things like houses. And that is a Canada-made problem. It's a Canada-made inflation problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, that inflation, of course, has left millions of Canadians behind. Canadians that want to get into the housing market, Canadians that can no longer afford to buy groceries for their kids. They're cutting back. Canadians that can't buy household goods. Mr. Speaker, we're now in an affordability crisis in this country, and this government has to bear some of that blame. And this budget simply makes it worse. It exacerbates the inflationary pressures we have in our country, because what it does is this is a big spending budget. Spend, 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 more cash being pumped into the economy, driving inflation. Canadians should not in any way expect inflation to go down in the medium term, even in the short term. In fact, we had the Bank of Canada governor before Finance Committee not long ago, and he said, listen, you should expect that things are going to get worse before they're going to get better. Is that on this Liberal government? Of course it is. They're the ones responsible for government spending, and this budget represents a massive government expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I got into the spending part of it. There's $56 billion of new spending in this budget. That's massive. And what's worse is this, Mr. Speaker. Most of this $56 billion of new spending is new permanent spending. Now, I want to remind you of something. Back in January of this past year, 2021, just over a year ago, this finance minister received a mandate letter from the Prime Minister. Now, for those who don't know what a mandate letter is, it's simply a long set of instructions the Prime Minister gives to either new ministers or other ministers for whom he wants to refresh their directions. And he gave her this mandate letter, and right there in the middle of that letter, it said, "Minister, you will not embark on any new permanent spending, period, full stop. No new permanent spending." That was her instruction just over a year ago, in the middle of the COVID pandemic, when they were spending wildly, and perhaps there were some justifiable reasons for spending a little bit more than we normally do in a budget. Here we are in March, just 4 months ago, which was at the end of 2021, for some reason the Prime Minister decided to give the Finance Minister a new mandate letter. This is some 11 months later. And we looked at it carefully. I'm looking for it, and there's no reference on new permanent spending. They had purged the document of that directive. So anyone who thinks that this Liberal government is committed to living within its means, forget it, as my colleague just said. Forget it. This is not a serious government, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, and you cannot take seriously any of the commitments that they make, because tomorrow they'll change their mind and say, too bad, tough luck, be happy. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a ton of spending in this budget. Of course, there's the NDP spending on dental care. We see there's spending on more spending on the failed Canada Infrastructure Bank. In fact, they've expanded the mandate of this failed Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is finding itself incapable of getting money out the door and actually making the investments in infrastructure that are required in our country. More spending, more wasteful spending, and who pays for it? Taxpayers and consumers, because the spending drives inflation, leaving Canadians behind, but then the taxpayers have to also pay the bill for this spending. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I haven't even mentioned the fact that this is actually an NDP Liberal government. This is an unholy alliance. And guess who's the tail that's wagging the dog? It's the NDP, you bet. So the NDP is telling this Liberal government how much of taxpayers' dollars they should be spending. And it goes on and on and on. Many of the asks that the NDP had when they shacked up with the Liberals in their common law relationship, many of those asks haven't been reflected in this budget. They're coming in the next and the following budget. It's coming, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you. So there are also promises that this government made in the last election, which didn't show up in this budget. So, Mr. Speaker, there is more spending to come. And the suggestion from this finance minister that somehow she was going to rein in spending and discipline spending, and this was all in safe hands, their record says otherwise. In fact, did you know, Mr. Speaker, that since they came into power, the Liberals came to power, they have increased government spending, get this, by 53% in just over 6 years. Increased government spending by 53%. And much of that is permanent spending. So future generations of Canadians are stuck with this. And this is spending that is generating inflation in our economy. Even since the crisis, the pandemic in 2019, did you know that government spending has gone up 25%? And this minister stands up in this House and claims that she is disciplining government spending. She's reining it in. Trust me.
It's raining.
That's what she said.
It's raining spending.
Get the calculator out,
So, Mr. Speaker, I also talked about taxes. This budget is full of tax increases, and they've done it very discreetly. You know, you have to explore the different corners of this budget to find these tax increases. Of course, there's increases on alcohol taxes because there's an escalator built into excise taxes on alcohol. So this government, what it did back in 2017, they did something really clever. They said, we don't want to keep going back to the representatives of the people and ask them for permission to spend taxpayers' money. What we're going to do is we're going to build into our structure an escalator that automatically kicks in every year and increases taxes on Canadians every single year. They did that with this excise tax. Let me talk about GST. Because we have inflation in Canada, Mr. Speaker, the GST revenues to this government have skyrocketed. Because there's oil and gas revenues that have come in. The price of gasoline at pump has gone way, way up, leaving Canadians behind, unable to fill up their gas tanks, unable to get their kids to school, unable to get to work, unable to drive their kids to hockey practice or to music lessons. And so on top of that high price of gasoline, this government, of course, layers the GST. And the more inflation sets in, the more GST revenues this government collects, which is why it had these windfall revenues this past year. Those windfall revenues weren't good management on their part. It wasn't an underlying strong economic performance. Mr. Speaker, what this was about this government benefiting from inflation, the Prime Minister benefiting from inflation through higher GST revenues, through higher excise tax revenues, but leaving Canadians behind because they have to pay the price for that. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Completely unacceptable. We as Canadians are better than that. Well, there's something in this budget about housing. And the minister made a big thing about housing. And I asked her a question yesterday after she gave her budget speech, because I mentioned that housing is the number one concern facing Canadian families, especially those that aren't in a home. They can't get into a home anymore because inflation, housing affordability, has left them behind. In fact, in Canada, the price of housing has doubled. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Has over doubled since this Liberal government came into power. We didn't see that kind of housing inflation under Stephen Harper, did we? No, it was steady increases, but it was controlled. Prices were stable. Today, prices are no longer stable, and families have been left behind. So when I asked the minister, the finance minister yesterday, the question, she couldn't respond. All she said was, yes, you're right. Housing is the number one problem here in this country right now, especially for Canadian families. But she made a statement, Mr. Speaker. She made the suggestion that she was going to double the number of houses she was going to build in Canada over the next 10 years. You remember that? Yeah. She stood up and she said, I promise this House, I promise Canadians over the next 10 years, I'm going to double the number of homes we build. She used the word we. I'm assuming it was the royal we. She was referring to her government. Okay, so I asked her the question. Madam Minister, if you're going to double the number of houses, you must know how many houses you and your government have built over the last 10 or say 7 years since they were elected. You must know that figure, because without knowing that figure, it would be irresponsible to make the statement that you're going to double the number of homes you're going to build. I said, I just need a number. How many homes did you build in the 7 years you were actually in government? She hummed and hawed. She spent, I think, 2.5 minutes, pontificating and arguing around the question. She never answered the question, even though some of my colleagues here were calling out, but what's the number? What's the number? How many homes did you build in the last 7 years? She couldn't give an answer, and yet she made the statement she's going to double the number of houses over the next 10 years, the number that she doesn't even know. That is the kind of economic and financial and fiscal leadership we have with this NDP Liberal government. So, Mr. Speaker, there is one way we can actually address the skyrocketing cost of housing in this country. In fact, there's a way we can address the issue of skyrocketing inflation broadly speaking. Whether it's on gas, whether it's on household goods, anything you buy, the services you buy in your community, they've all gone up because of inflation. There is a way of controlling inflation, especially in the housing market. You know what that is? Control government spending. Thank you for asking. Control government spending. Instead, this government has done the very opposite. It is fanning the flames of inflation. In fact, it's poured gasoline on the flames of inflation. And the things are going to only get worse in the short to medium term. So, Mr. Speaker, before I finish, and I do have a motion to make, I did want to mention, like any budget that is full of bad policies and massive liberal spending, there are always a few things that we can support. For example, the announcement of enhanced defense spending is something we would support. Now, the reality is, it's this government that has allowed defense spending to lag way behind. Now they're catching up. But we see this as simply a down payment, a $6 billion down payment for strengthening our ability to defend ourselves as a country and to engage in the global community of nations when it's required. We can support a $3.8 billion critical minerals strategy. We can support that as well, Mr. Speaker, because critical minerals are critically important in the electric vehicle industry, which we're trying to get a foothold in. And I'd love to see Canada become a leader in that. There's a ban on foreign home buyers for 2 years. I think we can support that, can't we, colleagues? Sure. I think so. And, of course, for small businesses, there's a small improvement when it comes to the small business tax rate. Small businesses across the country will be pleased that at least the government has now finally, after years of pleading, agreed to adjust the phase-out schedule for the small business tax rate. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that is profoundly lacking in vision. I mentioned that at the beginning of my speech. We Canadians could do better. We have so much wealth in our country, the natural resources, the human capital, the education we have in this country. We can do so much better than having to always borrow tens and hundreds of billions of dollars every time a government tables a budget. We can do better. We shouldn't have to be doing this. And in the process, as we do this, we kick more money into the economy, we drive inflation, leaving millions of Canadians behind. We can do better. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to move, seconded by the member for Simcoe North, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House not approve the budgetary policy of the government since it fails to A, rein in spending in order to control inflation, B, provide Canadians with tax relief, and C, take immediate action to increase housing supply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Chambers, move the following amendment. Therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Simcoe North, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House not approve the budgetary policy of the government since it fails to A, rein in spending in order to control inflation, B, provide Canadians with tax relief, and C, take immediate action to increase housing supply. The amendment is in order. Any questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, interesting speech, I'll say that much. A little void of reality at times. I would also add that to it, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the bottom line, when we take a look at the member makes reference to serious, and it is a serious budget. It's a budget that reflects the interests of Canadians. It's a budget that truly cares about Canadians. And we continue to support Canadians. Basic facts. In 2019, our unemployment rate was at 5.4%. That was at a 50-year low, Mr. Speaker. Today, the unemployment rate is at 5.5%, Mr. Speaker. Canada is doing exceptionally well coming out of the pandemic from an unemployment perspective. The member spoke so much time on inflation. What the member doesn't tell you, in terms of world inflation, Canada's at 5.7%, the US is at 7.5%, the average of the G20 countries is at 6.1%. Again, Canada is doing exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker. This is a budget for Canadians, a budget that's going to make a difference, a budget that's going to continue to show that this is a government that cares and has a vision going into the future. I'm wondering if my colleague can provide his thoughts as to why he believes that Canada continues to make historical gains in terms of unemployment levels, especially at a time following a pandemic.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member never has to ask me to answer a question. I'd be glad to answer the question. He obviously didn't read this budget. He obviously didn't read this budget because he just said this budget was in the interest of Canadians. That's a direct quote from him. Here's what else he just said, and he repeated it. Canada is doing exceptionally well. Tell that to the millions of Canadians who've been left behind by the cost of living crisis. Exactly. Tell that to the millions of Canadian families that can't get into homes because the price of housing has left them behind. Tell that to the millions of Canadians that can't buy groceries for their families anymore. Is he kidding? Canada is doing exceptionally well. Canada is doing exceptionally poorly. And it will take a Conservative government to correct that course and do much better.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Misquata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, health care is only important for Conservatives during elections, apparently. My colleague never talked about health care during his presentation. There were many interesting things, yes, but health care, Mr. Speaker, doesn't appear in the current speech. In the current budget, there's nothing about health transfers. This is a unanimous request from provinces. The Premier of Quebec, the Government of Quebec, and the Premiers of all provinces, 85% of the population, only 10% of Canadians think that the federal government is doing enough for Canada health transfers, but now the Conservative Party is saying nothing either. Healthcare transfers isn't just to buy uninteresting things or to plant flowers in front of a hospital. It's to offer better health care for patients. It's to ensure the sustainability of our damaged healthcare system because of the pandemic and because of poor federal funding. So what does my colleague have to say about the fact that in the next 5 years there will be no increase in Canada healthcare transfers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why I didn't mention healthcare. I knew the Bloc was going to talk about it. So why waste my time in here that is limited? I knew he was going to ask that question. And I thank him for that question because healthcare is of critical importance to Canadians. And he is right. This budget has nothing in it that would enhance the healthcare transfers to the provinces. But the question I'm going to put to the government when I get the chance is this. They did come up with a dental care plan, and dental care is health care. My question is, did this government actually reach out to the provinces and ask them, is this your #1 priority? The billions and billions you're now going to spend on dental care, is this the provincial priority, or do the provinces have other priorities? And my guess is the answer will be, no, we didn't reach out. We knew better. You know, father or mother or whatever knows best. It's got big government knows best, Ottawa knows best. And that is the failing, again, in this budget, is that there's very little indication that there were comprehensive consultations with the key stakeholders that would have made this budget much better.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking all the care workers that continue to keep people and the economy healthy. I want to thank the folks in Port Moody Coquitlam at Eagle Ridge Hospital for their care for all of us. Yesterday, the government did not acknowledge care workers. There was no gratitude for long-term care workers, healthcare workers, teachers, janitors, personal support workers, and all the unpaid workers that volunteered and homeschooled during this pandemic. Life is about caring for each other, Mr. Speaker, and so my question to the Conservative is, which programs in the budget that people are benefiting from would the Conservatives cut? Is it dental care for children, quality child care for families, or the $8 billion increase in military spending?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
You know, Mr. Speaker, that's a fair question. What would we cut? I mean, that's a question that should be asked. Well, I'll start. For one thing, we would cut the failed Canada Infrastructure Bank, right? $35 billion, Mr. Speaker. This is an institution that has not delivered the infrastructure that it was supposed to deliver. But I do want to put a shout out to all of those workers that the member referred to. Yes, many of these people, the teachers, the healthcare workers have been on the front lines. They are the heroes within our economy that went to work knowing full well the risks involved, and they served us so well. And Mr. Speaker, the member mentioned the long-term care workers. That is a problem. Long-term care for seniors in this country is a real vulnerability. In a couple of years, 25% of Canadians will be seniors. Can you imagine? Over the age of 65? Who's going to be taking care of them? Will they age at home? Will they be in institutions? Who's going to be caring for them? That's something we really have to get our minds around. So I do thank the member for asking that question. But in terms of cutting, I'll say one last thing, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear that this budget does not reflect a triaging of issues, and otherwise a prioritization of the issues that matter most to Canadians. So I would say to this member, had the government gone through a proper prioritization process and actually implemented and spent on the things that Canadians really need and care about, this budget would have looked quite differently and would have actually been much more responsible, because Canadians, I believe, do want to live, they want government to live within their means, because Canadians live within their means. They have balanced budgets. Without balanced budgets, they go broke. They know that. Unfortunately, this government doesn't.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Abbotsford, not just only for his public service, but also for him giving a shout out to all those communities still recovering from the floods of last year, which we have seen no action from this government on. Now, when we were at committee, the Finance Committee heard from Statistics Canada that they have not recorded this level of inflation in 30 years. And in fact, the main drivers were gas, groceries, and housing. This budget is putting more and more inflation. It is making the purchasing power of everyday Canadians is being lessened every time they go to the grocery store or fill up their tank. Could the member talk a little bit more about inflation and about how this government, the Spend EP Liberal budget, is going to make it worse?
The honourable member for Abbotsford, in under a minute.
Okay, I thank my colleague for that question. He refers to the government now as the Spend EP Liberal government, and he's correct. This is a spendthrift government, and he did mention inflation and the elements of inflation. The one thing I didn't mention in my speech, Mr. Speaker, and this gives me a chance to do that, is the role that taxation plays in inflation. I talked a lot about spending that is driving the vicious inflationary cycle we're in right now. But that's contributed to by the fact that this government continues to raise taxes. The more taxes Canadians pay, GST, carbon taxes, excise taxes, the more that drives inflation, because it just drives up the cost of everything that Canadians buy.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the confirmation that I have a 20-minute speech, that I have 14 minutes before routine proceedings. Thank you. We are now in a multiple crisis context. There are a number of crises around us, and the budget is supposed to propose solutions to the different crises. So we have the healthcare crisis, more than 2 years in a pandemic, and there's another wave. Inflation crisis. Had inflation for a number of months now. It's higher than we expected, and it seems to be lasting longer at higher levels, and it's of grave concern. There's obviously the war in Ukraine. The first victims of this are the Ukrainian people who are suffering bombings and atrocities. And this conflict has repercussions around the world. And here as well, we are suffering the consequences. There is the environmental crisis with all these climate disasters that we're seeing and experiencing. It's like a Russian doll full of crises. These leads to an uncertain context and many risks, and the budget was an opportunity to better protect ourselves against all these risks. The paradox, Mr. Speaker, is that the budget names pretty much all the problems, but it resolves none of them. It's quite paradoxical. Mr. Speaker, what we see in this budget, as in previous budgets and all the government's actions, in fact, is that it's a federal centralizing state, more centralizing than ever before. And the budget is yet another opportunity to further centralize the powers of the Federation. It's a strong trend, the bulldozer that moves forward slowly but steadily. And I want to give you an example. The government wants to address the issues of housing, but it's making threats. It's telling the municipalities, if you don't develop enough housing units, we're going to cut the transfers and infrastructure supports. So they're trampling in areas of provincial Quebec jurisdiction. It's Papa Ottawa that wants to shape everything into a Canadian mold. And this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for Quebec. The paradox is that while this House recognizes my nation in words, the government is forcing it to enter into this Canadian mold shaped by Papa Ottawa or Father Ottawa. We can no longer exist in our own way. That's what this budget reminds us. There is always less and less room to do things our own way. And the best example of this is the funding of the healthcare system. No commitment from Ottawa to review its funding for the next 5 years. We're in the middle of a health crisis. Our system has been put under the maximum amount of pressure, and the people in the network are at the end of their rope. And instead of funding according to its means, Daddy Ottawa is telling us that we're not doing enough, even though it's not funding enough. While Quebec and the provinces are asking for better funding with no strings attached, and Daddy Ottawa is telling us that it only wants to talk about the strings, the conditions, without the funding. And here I want to quote on page 181 in the French version, any discussion between the federal government and the provinces and territories will focus on delivering better health care outcomes for Canadians. We're talking about more standards, but not more funding. We know that year after year, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reminds us that to rebalance finances between Ottawa and the provinces, the transfers must be restored to 35%. The Conference Board says it. The Council of the Federation says that Quebec is asking for it. The provinces are asking for it. The Bloc is asking for it. Ottawa says, no, you'll get nothing except conditions. Here, healthcare transfers are maintained at 22%. The Minister of Finance in her budget justifies her inaction by claiming a transfer of tax points going back to the 1960s, ignoring the cuts that have been going on for decades, as well as all the serious studies on the subject. This is called arrogance, nothing more, nothing less. Now, I want to talk about seniors. We know it, and we see it. Everything's going up, and with the war in Ukraine, we already know that the price of food will explode. The first victims of inflation here are seniors. We know they often live on fixed incomes, which are not adjusted for inflation. They need a hand. Daddy Ottawa isn't doing it. The Minister of Finance is taking it a step further even in her budget. She presents us with a chart that says that seniors are much richer than the rest of the population anyway, and that Daddy Ottawa is already doing enough. groups representing seniors feel betrayed. There are two classes of seniors being maintained, and the needs of neither are being met. And the minister gives her justification. You seniors, don't complain, you're getting enough. That's pretty much what we're seeing. With regard to inflation, with all these different crises, the high inflation is particularly worrisome. The government was supposed to give a boost to seniors and the poorest of the poor, but it does not. It should have given a boost to the small and medium-sized businesses that are most affected by the high inflation. We can think of family farms, cab drivers, buses, and nothing for them. Daddy Ottawa describes the problem of inflation, but doesn't help them. I want now to give you an example that shows how Ottawa names the problem but does nothing. And a concrete example in the budget is that there's a section on the problem with the shortage of semiconductors. In Quebec, we have specialized companies that we're proud of. Companies that have been operating for generations. These companies adapt trucks to, for example, make ambulances, armored trucks, or they add adapted loading boxes. We have this specialty in Quebec, and the shortage of semiconductors means that the big truck manufacturers are hardly producing anymore, and our specialized companies can no longer get the supplies they need. We've been calling on the minister about this subject for months. In December, we gave our support to C2 because she assured us that the shortage problem was on the verge of being resolved and that she would even send us the figures to prove it. And we believed her in good faith. And we've never seen the figures. But it was all wrong because the problem got worse. Companies are now facing bankruptcy. We're in danger of losing forever these specialized sectors that have existed for generations. The role of government is to support businesses to get through this crisis. The companies got together. They called on the government. They asked to meet with the minister. The Bloc has been waiting for a meeting on the subject for months. Radio silence. But in the budget, the minister names the problem with the shortage of semiconductors, but she doesn't do anything to solve it. She does nothing to save this sector, which is important to the Quebec economy. All she says is that in the long run, the government will look into photonics to see if we can perhaps create our own semiconductors, but we don't know when. That's not the problem. What we need is to give a boost to our companies that are going to close because Ford and GM are hardly producing any more trucks because of the shortage of semiconductors. We just need to support them until the American giants can start producing again. Is it because these specialized sectors are in Quebec that Ottawa is abandoning them? If it were in Ontario, would Father Ottawa have acted? I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about multiple crises, and the major crisis right now is the environmental crisis. There is an environmental crisis, and we have to take action. It's really important to act now if we want to avoid the worst. While the IPCC tells us that we must announce all new hydrocarbon projects if we still want to have a chance of avoiding the worst, Father Ottawa is doing the opposite. It's sending its environment minister to announce a billion-barrel project. The man who founded Equiterre with Laura Waradell and who even climbed the CN Tower for the environment when he was working for Greenpeace. In one gesture, in one decision, he dealt a terrible blow to the planet. Few humans have ever done so much damage to the climate. With this gesture, he discarded all of his past involvement, his values, his commitments. He sold out to serve Father Ottawa, which is an oil state and an environmental dunce. Elsewhere in the world, environmental ministers have resigned for far less. And now this is what he will be remembered for. I remind you what General Pétain said, and he's not remembered for winning the Battle of Verdun. The Minister of the Environment, or Pollution, chose to make his announcement on the eve of the budget, and just before the House was to recess for 2 weeks. It was quite calculated. I thought that to try to compensate for this compromise, we would find extraordinary measures for the environment in the budget. But no, mostly we have a lot of big fuzzies, a possible public-private fund like the Infrastructure Bank, which is a flop. What is concrete is the support for the fossil fuel sector, billions for carbon capture projects and the oil sands, technology that has not been perfected and that will cost a fortune if it ever does materialize. According to data from the International Energy Agency, If the private sector bore the costs, the price of gas at the pump would quadruple. On top of that, Father Ottawa is announcing that it will support the development of small mobile nuclear reactors to allow the industry to extract more oil and sell the saved gas. That's being environmental for the government, despite all the risks and stakes for the planet. Put in another way, on Wednesday, the Ministry of the Environment announces a billion-barrel project, and the next day, the Minister of Finance announces more support for the oil and gas sector. That's Daddy Ottawa's plan for the environment. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote La Presse journalist Philippe Mercure, who illustrates how Ottawa is going against the IPCC report, and I quote, "The report includes long passages on the risks of lock-in that is building new infrastructure that will pollute for decades and undermine our efforts." In fact, one would have thought that the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, was speaking directly to the Environment Minister when he presented the document on Monday. And here I quote the UN Secretary General, who said climate activists are sometimes portrayed as dangerous radicals when the real dangerous radicals are the countries that are increasing fossil fuel production. Investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure is morally and economically foolish, he said, end of quote. And now, more than ever, to be part of Canada is to choose the role of working against the environment. We had 5 unconditional expectations and demands. The first 4 are not included. Health, seniors, funding of the green economy and a transition, an acceptable transition, concrete action for inflation. At least there is something for the Indigenous people. Hopefully, for once, the money voted will actually go into the field to make a difference in the lives of Indigenous peoples. Because until now, what we see is that the money is voted but isn't spent, hence all the problems like access to clean water, which continues to go on and on. These problems are not being resolved. Housing. Obviously, there isn't enough money for affordable housing. For us, we need to ensure their social housing is funding. You can't call it affordable housing if people have to pay unrealistic prices to rent a small place. So there is money, but nothing to address the problem in a serious way, and we need to do more. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the beginning of this speech, this is a context of multiple crises, and what we see in the budget is the government names the problems, they know the problems, but the solutions being proposed most of the time are inexistent or poorly selected. This is a problem. What we see, Mr. Speaker, in addition, is an increasingly centralizing state that is interfering and wants to provide a mold. And here, children, provinces in Quebec, what you...
Thank you to the member for Joliette for your speech. You will have about 6.5 minutes when we come back. We'll now statements by members. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that we have presented Budget 2022, our plan to grow the economy and make life more affordable, it's time to get back to our communities, and I can't wait to get back to Milton later today. It's April, and there's so much going on. It's the start of the holy month of Ramadan. It's Sikh Heritage Month, Vaisakhi, Passover, Puthandu, and later this month, Easter weekend. There are spring community festivals and local town cleanups like the one that I'm hosting with Sustainable Milton on Saturday the 16th. It might be a little bit rainy, but I can't wait for the tulips to come up in my garden. And of course, April is also Daffodil Month for cancer awareness. There's no question that it's been a really difficult couple of years on all of us. But as we emerge from a dark, long, and exceptionally cold winter, I hope everyone in Milton gets the chance to spend a little bit more time outdoors. Commit to that morning jog, ride a bike to school or work, do some gardening or some hiking, or just enjoying the spring weather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday night, I had the honor of dropping the puck at Mariner Centre in Yarmouth as the Mariners took on the Valley Wildcats from Berwick. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to point out that these two great Junior A hockey teams are from my amazing riding of West Nova, and I committed to both teams to congratulate the winner in the House of Commons, maybe wearing a jersey. Saturday night, the Mariners won 4-1, forcing a sixth game in the series, and the Valley Wildcats won the next day at home in Berwick 4-2. Les deux équipes sont fantastiques et nous affaiblis.
Both teams are incredible, and it was just so exciting to watch the hockey season.
Start by a big congratulations to the Yarmouth Mariners, players and coaching staff, and of course the management, and of course the fans for a great season. And a huge congratulations to the Valley Wildcats, the players, their fans, their organization for all their hard work. They move on to a series starting tonight against the Truro Bearcats in the beautiful constituency of Cumberland Colchester, which I'm sure will be a great one. But go Wildcats, go!
Thank you. Thank you. Go Wildcats. The member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, on March 22nd, 2022, the world lost a strong and inspirational young woman to stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. Throughout her 9-year battle with cancer, Nally experienced some of the darkest times that a human being can possibly face, and yet she always made room for light, inspiring so many others to do the same. She was an example to so many of my generation of what it meant to thrive with cancer. Nally's journey and her outlook on life changed the lives of everyone who followed her. Her message to us all remained consistent and powerful. No matter what obstacles life may throw your way, there is always a silver lining. It's about letting the light in and choosing to believe that everything will turn out okay. What remains is the beautiful legacy that Nally left behind. She will continue to live on in the hearts of the thousands of people that she touched with her light and love. To her family and V, I wish to offer my deepest sympathies and to say thank you for sharing Nally with so many who so very much needed her hope, love, and light. To Nally, I have no doubt that you fulfilled your life's purpose here and that you are in a much better place.
Thank you. The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the life of Andrina Calvert, my constituency assistant in Penticton, who passed away from leukemia last month. Andrina was an assistant to Bob Rae when he was Premier of Ontario, and I was so fortunate to be able to hire her as my assistant in 2015. Andrina was one in a million, a kind person with a bright smile and a beguiling grin, and an almost infinite capacity to listen to people when they had difficult stories to tell, and someone who felt an obligation to give back to her community. She loved animals as much as she loved people and volunteered for many local organizations and events. I pass on my condolences to her husband Jim and all her extended family and many friends. You know, I would regularly meet people on the street who would said, "Please tell Andrina that she is an angel." She was indeed an angel, and I will miss her. We will all miss her so very much. Thank you.
The member for Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance tabled a budget which aims to invest in the cornerstone of a growing, strong country, our population. In Sherbrooke, we have a major housing crisis. The budget's measures to increase the number and speed of housing construction and repair will enable families, workers, and seniors to have a safe and affordable home. These measures will encourage towns to build more housing by creating funds tailored to their needs and realities. It also encourages more affordable housing to be built by extending the Rapid Housing Initiative, a new generation of housing cooperatives, and doubling annual funding to the Reaching Home program. In addition, we will be meeting the goal to ensure that at least 40% of new housing units' rental prices will be less than 80% of the average price, and that's great for people in my riding.
The member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
We know spring is in the air, when rain is welcome, the warmer days are coming, and the Masters Golf is on at Augusta National. Let's go, Mike, Mackenzie, and Connor. Locally, events are popping up all over our riding. Loyalist Easter Egg Hunt, Trinity United Craft and Vendor Sale in Madoc, Easter Market and Egg Hunt in Deseronto, Easter Bunny Photos in Aaronsville, exciting Easter Crafts in Northbrook, an archery competition in Napanee, and so much more. However, It's officially spring when hot crust buns are available at Hidden Gold Mine Bakery, and the kayakers have arrived in Queensboro. Some of the pictures captured of the impressive jumps over Millpan Dam are fantastic. This weekend is MacFest in Queensboro. While you are there, you can have some warm treats on the Black River, all the while exploring this beautiful historic village. I encourage everyone, ask your neighbors, check out your local community papers, cable, Facebook groups, and if you have an opportunity, get some fresh air. Support some local initiatives and shop local.
The member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness I speak about a major fire last week in Somaliland, which destroyed the Wahine market in Hargeisa. With several thousand businesses destroyed, Hargeisa Chamber of Commerce Chairman Jamal Aidid said this market accounted 40 to 50% of the city's economy. Thousands of people have lost their livelihood, and this is more painful as it happened in this holy month of Ramadan. This disaster is on the top of drought, famine, and food insecurity already in Somaliland. I call on Canada to take all steps immediately to help Somaliland and provide much-needed funding support. I would like to recognize Somaliland Canadian Congress and Canadian Alliance to Rebuild Hargeisa Market for their hard work in advocating and mobilizing the required support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me. I just want to share with this House how excited parents are in my community of Ottawa Centre with the announcement that we finally have a national child care and early learning program in Canada. It is, Mr. Speaker, absolutely a game changer for young parents who want to be engaged in their kids' life but also participate fully in the workforce. It is clear, Speaker, that childcare is not a luxury, it is a necessity for families. Il est clair que la garde d'enfants n'est pas un
It is clear that childcare is not a luxury. It is a necessity for families.
Ontario, when the Ontario Liberal government introduced the full-day kindergarten almost 10 years ago, now we have this wholesome early learning program with kids having $10 a day, affordable, bilingual, quality childcare, and then within school setting to have full-day kindergarten as well. Speaker, I just want to very quickly thank so many parents and advocates from Glebe Co-op Nursery School, Andrew Flex Children's Services, and Center Now Parents Cooperative Daycare, and many, many more who have been advocating on behalf of families and parents. Congratulations to them that we've got $10 a day childcare in Ontario. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the charitable work of the Saints Church in my riding of Edmonton West. Led by the dynamic duo of Lisa Ross and Linda Lowe, a great team of volunteers created and run a bread ministry to distribute bread to those in need. Every week, the team picks up bread donated by the incredibly generous Cobb's Bread on Winterburn Road to distribute to local families. The program started in October 2019 and has not once stopped, even during the heights of the pandemic. Since the start of the program, the bread ministry has served over 5,000 families in need. Now, the pandemic has not been easy in our country, obviously, so I'm grateful to many places of faith who have stepped up to fill a void, to bring Canadians together, to simply help because it's the right thing to do. Saints Church and their bread ministry is one such place. Thank you, our Pastor Brett, Lisa and Linda, and your ministry and your church for all your service to the people of Edmonton.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next weekend, millions of Canadians will be together with their family and friends for the Christian celebration of Easter, which honors the values of sacrifice, faith, renewal, and peace. Over this holiday weekend, I encourage all Canadians to take a moment and think about the many Canadians who cannot be home for Easter, including those in the Canadian Armed Forces. Whether you celebrate by going to church, giving back to your community through volunteering, or enjoy the age-old tradition of an Easter egg hunt, I wish everyone in Cambridge, North Dumfries, and North Brant, and all Canadians, happy Easter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, my constituency is proudly home to a vibrant Ukrainian community. I want to recognize some of my constituents who have stepped up to support the people of Ukraine. Locals in Dauphin initiated the Parkland Ukrainian Family Fund to support parents and children fleeing to Canada. Grade 8 students in William Morton Collegiate in Gladstone raised over $2,800 for the Canadian Red Cross. Minnedosa Collegiate students collected over 200 kilograms of essential items and over $3,000 in donations, Mr. Speaker. Wow. The municipality of Harrison Park has approved $20,000 in funding to support Ukrainians fleeing war. Mr. Speaker, there are many more constituents and communities who are opening up their homes and hearts to support the people of Ukraine as they flee their homeland from Putin's war. I want to sincerely thank each and every one of them for standing with Ukraine as they continue to fight for freedom.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, I'm blessed to have grown up with the descendants of Ukrainian immigrants who came to Canada after the pogrom's visit on Ukraine by the Soviet regime after World War II. Those families and that culture are integral to our heritage. We all rejoiced when Ukraine joined the realm of free nations over 3 decades ago. Witnessing the carnage brought on Ukraine by Putin hits home. Friends are asking for help for family and close connections that are doing what every family would in this situation, finding safety and hoping Canada can offer that. My friend, Zolf Vai, whose family fled communism and sought refuge here, has raised tens of thousands of dollars to help Ukrainians find safety. He's also working with Calgary companies to facilitate temporary solutions for those who cannot yet reach Canada. We have everything we need to help: homes, resources, the means, and a tight-knit community with the people that need us now. Stop the delays. Bring these people to Canada now.
Bravo. The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Passover, Pesach, is one of the oldest and most transformative stories of hope. It tells how a powerless people found their way from slavery to freedom through faith and perseverance to become a nation. The story of the Exodus is defining for Jews around the world and a living symbol for communities of hope against adversity. As Jewish families and communities across Canada gather next Friday, we will be celebrating Passover with family for the first time in 2 long years. This year, with Ukraine and its Jewish communities fighting for their freedom and their lives, the story of Passover takes on new meaning in this holiday of spring and renewal. We retell the Passover story every year to remind ourselves that freedoms are never fully won and can never be taken for granted. We must fight for them and cherish them in every generation. On behalf of my family, I wish the Jewish community of York Centre and across Canada, Chag Pesach Sameach.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this moment to acknowledge and thank the people of Edmonton who are stepping up to support Ukraine and the Ukrainians fleeing Putin's horrible war. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress of Alberta, along with the Ukrainian-Canadian Social Services and the Ukrainian National Federation and the Ukrainian Women's Organization, are helping families settle in Edmonton. The kids at St. Matthew's Ukrainian Bilingual School have collected an entire classroom full of essential items for Ukrainian refugees in our city. The Kalia Kids Childcare Program, a program that focuses on Ukrainian bilingual education, are offering free childcare for new community members in Edmonton. The Canadian Polish Congress of Alberta hosted a concert in support of Ukraine on March 27th and raised $20,000. And the Belarusians of Edmonton are standing with Ukraine. They are hosting a fundraiser to date at this very moment at the Bountiful Farmers Market in Edmonton to buy first aid kits and medical supplies for Ukraine. Thank you to these amazing people and everyone in Edmonton who is standing with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're so close to winning the Cup. This weekend in Témiscamingue, we'll be celebrating starting tonight. After 2 shutouts by goalie Éloi Bouchard in the first 2 games, our Témiscamingue Titans will be hosting the next matches in the Russell Cup playoffs, the big trophy in the General Metro Hockey League Ontario Junior Circuit. The previous champions were the other Témiscamingue team, the Ville-Marie Pirates. Confidence is a big part of what will help the Titans win the second Russell Cup in their short history of a dozen years on Saturday night. With Godbout, Fontaine, Scipio, Serré, Lapointe, Stemke, Badanin, Kornilov, Daniel, Brooks, Lavallée, Colette, and Presso, the packed stands expected at the centre will be bad news for the Durham Roadrunners. To owner Pascal Labranche, General Manager François Risson, Coach Sébastien Lacroix, and the whole team, including Denis Lacourse and driver Ken Richard, that I saw in Oshawa on Monday, well, we're going to see each other at 8 o'clock tonight for the third match, and Saturday for the Cup. Go Titans.
None other deputy to Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Cancer Awareness Month. Janice Goodridge was a loving wife and mother, a successful small business owner, a fiercely loyal friend, and loved by nearly all. She made it clear that women could do anything they worked for, and she modeled work-life balance and service to others. Next week would have been my mother's 62nd birthday, but it's the 13th that we've spent without her. She had stage 4 breast cancer and passed away at 49. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think of her kindness, her smile, her love of shoes, and her unconditional love. Early detection significantly improves outcome. So I will use this opportunity to remind everybody to do routine self-checks, talk to your doctor if you have concerns, and get screening and mammograms if you're eligible. It just might save your life.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago this month, picturesque and peaceful Nova Scotian communities like Portapique, Wentworth, Debert, Shubenacadie, and Enfield were the scene of senseless acts of extreme violence and murder. We don't bother to name the gunmen. We take time to remember the 22 beautiful lives who were lost, the futures that were stolen, never to come to fruition. We remember Jolene, Frank, Dawn, Gina, Alana, Sean, Lisa, Heidi, John, Joey, Jamie, Heather, Greg, Tom, Joanne, Kristen, Peter, Lillian, Corey, Joy, Aaron, and vibrant 17-year-old Emily Tuck, who shared her incredible fiddling skills, bringing joy to Nova Scotians at home during the pandemic, ending her tune with, "There's some fiddle for you." And I'll never forget how folks across Nova Scotia came together in the face of this tragedy, that despite the anger, despite the pain and the loss, Nova Scotians did what we could to show each other how much we care and to remind each other that we are Nova Scotia strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the members for their statements today. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Tax and spend policies have killed the Canadian dream. Every day we ask this government what it's doing to make life more affordable for Canadians. And every day they tell us how much money they're spending. It's not how much money you spend, it's about the results you deliver. And by that standard, this government has failed. Yesterday's budget was no different. Tax, 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 spend, 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 as the Prime Minister stokes the fires of inflation. What happened to his promise to stand up for the middle class and those looking to join it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for asking a question about the results we're delivering. This morning, Statistics Canada announced that we have the lowest unemployment rate in nearly 50 years. Mr. Speaker, we have recovered 115% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. And I would like to thank the hardworking Canadians from coast to coast who are rolling up their sleeves, getting to work, and creating growth for our country.
I also noticed that there was a little feedback on the table there, so make sure the headsets aren't near the microphones. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, the cost of home ownership has doubled. Food prices are through the roof. Fuel costs are at record highs. And yesterday's budget only made things worse. There was no help for those being left behind by this NDP Liberal government. No tax relief, no plan to fight inflation, only spend, spend, spend. Does this minister not realize that her tax and spend policies are driving millions of Canadians out of the middle class? When will this government finally take steps to control the skyrocketing cost of living?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is raising housing, which happens to be one of the themes of our budget of yesterday. And housing is an important way that we are going to help Canadians deal with the increased cost of living. Housing is incredibly important for us right across the country, and we are the government that has invested the most in the creation of housing. 90% of the investments in our budget on housing are on the supply side because we are going to build homes.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, today, food is still more expensive. Housing is ever more expensive. The same for gas. Why? Because this government has not directly tackled the first problem for all Canadian families at all, inflation. Inflation is at its highest in the past 30 years. That is the record of the Liberals. And the budget, there is nothing against this. Why is the government pretending there is no inflation when it's harming all Canadian families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague has talked about the Liberals' record. Stats Canada today revealed that we have the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, Mr. Speaker. We have recouped 115% of jobs lost in the pandemic. That is our record. Our plan is working. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, I would like to commend the Finance Minister's sense of humour because they said Canada has a proud tradition of fiscal responsibility, and I will continue to do so. Is the minister not aware that for the past 7 years the government has done absolutely nothing to control expenditures, Mr. Speaker? It's doubled since the government has arrived, and the debt has also doubled to $1.2 trillion. That is the truth of the matter. $145 million a day, that's the cost. In 4 years with this government, it will cost us $43 billion a year. Why does the government refuse to do what all serious government must do? Control expenditures. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to talk about our budgetary record. Before the pandemic, we had the best record in all G7 countries. Today, after having spent to support Canadians throughout the pandemic, we always and still have the best record in all G7 countries. We are here for Canadians, and we are also fiscally responsible. This budget proves it once again. The honourable member for... There's a third question for Louis Saint Laurent. My apologies. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Question number 3. Mr. Speaker, we remember that before the election, the government had invented the concept of 2 different people, 75s and over, and the others. In this budget, they've made done with this. Good, but there is nothing, absolutely nothing for seniors. I'm not the one who's saying this, Mr. Speaker. I would like to quote. It's a sad day for low-income seniors who thought this budget would help them to face the increase in cost of living. The government has abandoned them. That's what Gisèle Tessé-Goodman had to say. What does the government have to say to seniors? This government that has done absolutely nothing for seniors to fight inflation.
To the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. Budget 2022 provided great news and will make a real difference in the lives of seniors. Our government announced the creation of the Dental Care for Seniors program. Starting in 2023, seniors age 65 and up with a family income of less than $90,000 will be able to access dental care. An additional $20 million for the New Horizons for Seniors program to continue supporting seniors serving organizations. Up to $3,000 through the home accessibility tax credit for renovations expenses to make aging at home more accessible. Mr. Speaker, this member and this party have a chance to show finally that they support seniors in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's budget was a swing and a miss. It offers no solutions to the biggest crises of our time, such as healthcare. First of all, there is no increase in transfers, which is completely out of touch after everything we've seen during the pandemic. But even worse, the government is being provocative by writing in black and white that it's not even ready to discuss it after everything we have seen in our overflowing hospitals, in our long-term care homes. How is it even possible to table a budget that will not allow for the hiring of even one single more nurse? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not even 2 weeks ago, we announced $2 billion for healthcare for provinces and territories, $500,000 of which is for Quebec and Quebec alone. The budget that my colleague has spoken about has $43 billion in Canada health transfers. Our government is here to protect the healthcare of Canadians, and we are proud of this. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't even cover inflation. This is a slap in the face to Quebec, to the provinces, and especially to healthcare workers. All healthcare professionals in Quebec have called for an increase in health transfers. Doctors, nurses, psychologists, physios, support staff. You name it, all the people who work in the field of healthcare for our people have asked for an increase. These are the people who work in the field day and night tirelessly. Not only is there a single penny more to help them, but the government is now telling them that it's not even willing to discuss it. Why not at least offer them a bare minimum, a bare modicum of respect by agreeing to meet them at a public summit? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare minister is a minister for Quebec. Will be overjoyed to sit down with provinces and territories to find a Canada healthcare transfer agreement. But I would like to remind my colleague and remind this House that it is the federal government that paid 80% of pandemic-related costs. We haven't heard a peep from the Bloc Québécois with regards to jurisdictions or the fact that we paid and footed the bill of the pandemic. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, on the climate crisis, the Liberals still don't get it. The same week, the IPCC releases a report saying we need to turn the corner in the next 3 years. They announced $2.6 billion in additional subsidies to oil companies, and they approved Baie du Nord, a new fossil fuel project. That is the problem with the Liberals. They think they can solve the climate crisis by giving ever more money to oil and gas companies. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Why won't the Liberals listen to science and invest in new green jobs? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his question. I would like to remind the Honourable Member that in the IPCC report published this week, the IPCC refers to capture and storage for carbon, which is an essential technology for us to meet our net zero ambitions by 2050. That is exactly what we're doing here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. In the last budget, we will encourage the development of this technology and of all technology that will allow us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, we will never achieve the government's net zero plan if we leave Albertan workers behind. Yesterday's budget was an opportunity to invest in Alberta workers, to help them transition to a new economy. Instead, the government continued the approach of giving billions to wealthy companies with no strings attached. Mr. Speaker, Albertans can't wait anymore. Where is the funding for a Clean Jobs Training Centre, and when is the Just Transition legislation coming?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I would say is actually there was significant funding in the budget to work with Alberta and Saskatchewan and other provinces to diversify their economies. $4 billion for critical minerals. There was funding for CCUS, which is relevant to the whole conversation about hydrogen. In the previous budget, there was $1.5 billion for clean fuels, which is biofuels and hydrogen. We are going to be working actively with the province of Alberta and with industry to ensure that we are moving forward in a manner that will create create a clean economy, a prosperous economy, and one that will support workers and communities to make this transition.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, like everything in this SpendDP Liberal budget, what they announce is not what you get. Instead of a real ban on foreign ownership in housing as Conservatives proposed, their so-called ban on foreign buyers is anything but. Under this policy, a foreign national can still purchase a home. If they separate from their spouse, they can buy another home. If their child turns 18 and wants to buy the house across the street, they still can. That does nothing to help put first-time home buyers first. Why is this so-called ban so full of holes that it's like Swiss cheese, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Affordable housing isn't just good social policy, it's a powerful economic policy as well. Our government will increase housing supply by doubling residential construction across Canada over the next 10 years. We will ensure that homes are treated as a place for families to live instead of as an investment vehicle, and we will build new pathways for first-time homebuyers. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, everyone deserves a place to call home, and Budget 2022 is going to help make that a reality.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Another SpendDP Liberal housing policy that is not as advertised is their first-time homebuyer savings account. So many millennials can't go to the bank of mom and dad and instead have to scrimp and save every penny but don't qualify today for a mortgage because of the Liberal stress test. If those who are fortunate enough to have saved today can't get into a home, how in the world will it be any different for those millennials who will scrimp and save over the next 5 years in their shiny savings account when the stress test bounces them as well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the strongest labour market recovery in the G7, having recouped 115% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. This includes 73,000 jobs in March, which has pushed Canada's unemployment rate to 5.3%. That is the lowest unemployment rate that Canada has seen in more than 50 years. Budget 2022 builds on this success by unwinding Canada's pandemic deficits and continuing to reduce our debt to GDP ratio while working to fight climate change and, yes, investing in housing affordability.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the government asked young people to lock down for 2 years. They complied. Their reward? A housing market that they can't buy into and being saddled with a ton of debt to put them down. Debt is keeping housing unaffordable, and this government keeps spending. Why are millennials being shut out of the housing market for this Prime Minister's vanity projects?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie ma collègue pour...
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. You know, Canadians throughout the country have found that access to property is inaccessible, which is unacceptable. That's why Budget 2022 has tangible measures, a $200 million investment for finding a house and being able to afford a house, a new tax-free first home savings account, and a foreign home buyers ban for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. That is true federal leadership, and I hope that for once the opposition will vote for these measures.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Speaker, Carol, a senior in my riding, shared with me her concern that seniors and those with disabilities are at the bottom of the NDP Liberals' priorities. Seniors and those with disabilities are suffering very real stress, trying to afford to live while everything in their lives becomes more expensive. They're already slashed their budgets to account for inflation, and they just can't tighten their belts any further. Speaker, I care about Carol. Why don't the NDP Liberals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying earlier, Budget 2022 has tangible and concrete measures. Not only will we invest $10 billion in the years to come to increase how many houses are available in order to make sure that all Canadians, including seniors, have a place to live.
Or Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, this budget adds about $1,400 in debt for every person in the country. Wow. Why is the answer to this government's problem always just adding spending and debt? Canadians are waking up today without relief for higher food or gas prices, but to find out they owe $1,400 more per person. Why do they want to saddle the future generation with this extra debt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party has already admitted that the extraordinary investments made over the course of the pandemic were necessary to protect Canadian families and Canadian workers. Our plan has worked. In fact, we have maintained the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7 while growing the economy and recovering 115% of jobs lost due to COVID-19. Canada was able to do this because of our prudent fiscal management. It is now time to unwind the pandemic deficits and continue to grow our economy while reducing our debt to GDP ratio. This is what good fiscal managers do.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, good fiscal managers are increasing government spending 25% over pre-pandemic levels. But guess what? The government is benefiting from inflation. They're making $170 billion more than they projected just last year. But who's getting the benefit of that, Mr. Speaker? Not Canadians. No relief for food or higher gas prices. So, Mr. Speaker, why does this government have to say to the struggling Canadians who are seeing no relief in this budget?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, before the pandemic, it took only 2 Conservative governments to accrue more than 70% of Canada's pre-pandemic debt. That's because their fiscal ideology is to cut taxes for the wealthy and to cut services for everyone else. In stark contrast, our last Liberal government paid down our national debt significantly. We've demonstrated that you can be good fiscal managers while investing in Canadians, growing the economy, and continuing to fight poverty and climate change. Budget 2022 will lower our debt to GDP ratio and help build a Canada where no one is left behind.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, 24 hours after approving the Baie du Nord oil project, the government still disappoints in the environmental side of the budget. The main new measure on climate change, hold on to your seat, Mr. Speaker, is a subsidy for oil companies. Once again, instead of capping oil production, the government, with the support of the NDP, is offering $2.5 billion to oil companies for carbon capture, a technology that is not yet perfected and that aims to let the oil companies produce ever more and for ever longer. When will the political parties in Canada finally understand that the green transition means moving towards less oil, not more? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I would like to invite her to reread the budget because more than $9.1 billion to fight climate change is in it. $1.7 billion to continue to help Canadians turn towards the electrification of their cars. Hundreds of millions of dollars to help Canadians and Quebecers to reduce their home energy bills. And IPCC, in its latest report, talks about capture and storage as being an essential technology to reach our 2050 ambitions. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague to reread the IPCC report. In Alberta, Radio Canada has the headline, and I quote, "Federal budget delights Alberta oil companies and businesses. They are thrilled. They are delighted. That is not good news in the fight against climate change. The wolf is happy about the new layout of the sheepfold." Mr. Speaker, if Canada, with this Minister for the Environment, with a supposedly progressive coalition of Liberals and NDP, is incapable of doing anything more about climate change, anything other than delighting oil companies, and what should Quebecers conclude? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that the IPCC report states that greenhouse gas emissions have to will level for the next few years and then go down. And that's what is already happening in Canada. By 2030, a 43% decrease. Our ambition is 40 to 45% reduction, Mr. Speaker. And honestly, I'm always slightly uncomfortable because my colleague should know that her leader, the former Quebec Environment Minister, has no lessons to teach us on the matter because of his past records.
For Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, more and more Canadians continue to struggle to make ends meet. 2/3 of Canadians say that inflation and the affordability crisis are their top economic concern. 6 years of Liberal governance and inflationary policies got us to where we are today. Soaring inflation, a devastating housing crisis, and hardworking Canadians struggling to pay for food, rent, and their mortgages. Why do the Liberals continue to spend more and more of Canadians' money without getting any results? It's not working.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that global inflation is having a significant impact on the household budgets of Canadian families. That's why we're focused on affordability in Budget 2022. Let me give you 3 quick examples. We are providing dental care for Canadian families who have incomes less than $90,000 per year. We will reduce childcare costs by 50% this year and to $10 a day over time. And we will introduce a suite of measures to address the cost of housing. This budget, like our government, is focused on making life more affordable.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, my riding has a lot of seniors that are struggling to make ends meet with the rising costs of food, gas, and home heating. There is no affordable housing left in my riding, and this government has done nothing to address the rising cost of inflation that's making everything worse. So why are they taking from grandma and the young people, and when will this NDP Liberal government give them a break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question, and it's interesting when the Conservatives show that they say that they care about seniors, yet continuously vote against initiative after initiative after initiative for seniors. Budget 2022 provides great news and will make a real difference in the lives of seniors. We've announced the creation of a dental care for seniors program. Starting in 2023, seniors age 65 and up with a family income of less than $90,000 will be able to access dental care. And again, an additional $20 million for the New Horizons for Seniors program to continue supporting senior-serving organizations. Mr. Speaker, we have the backs of Canadian seniors.
Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is at highest level in 30 years. The price of literally everything is going up and up. Inflation is squeezing Lucia and her husband, who live just down the road from me. They struggle with everyday essentials while also dealing with debilitating medical conditions. The cost of living is the #1 issue facing Canadians. Yet, yesterday's budget offered no plan. It just digs the hole deeper and adds more $1.70 per litre fuel to the fire. So, Mr. Speaker, let me ask again, why does Lucia have to pay the price for this Prime Minister's vanity projects?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, global inflation is having a significant impact on household budgets. So it is good news that affordability is referenced 119 times in Budget 2022. We are increasing the federal minimum wage to $15.55 per hour. We're indexing important programs like the Canada Child Benefit and OAS and GIS to inflation. We're implementing an economic growth plan that creates jobs and grows our economy. And we are doing all of this while lowering our debt to GDP ratio, because this is what a fiscally responsible government does.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, every day I get calls about the cost of living crisis that Canadians are undergoing. They've raised concerns about the price of chicken, beef, bacon, milk, coffee, sugar, maple syrup, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit, ice cream, potato chips. The list goes on. Heating fuel, gasoline, electricity, cell phone bills, home repairs, clothing, alcohol, beer and wine, and of course the price of a home. We know the price of everything is increasing at a pace which is much greater than their paycheck. When will the SPNDP Liberals admit they're failing Canadians, which leaves them falling farther and farther behind?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is entitled A Plan to Grow Our Economy and Make Life More Affordable. It is a plan that invests in people, and it's a plan that will help build a Canada where no one gets left behind. The budget addresses some of Canada's greatest challenges, including housing affordability, climate change, economic growth, and Indigenous reconciliation. Everyone in this House has a duty to help fight for a country that is worth fighting for. That is what we have tried to do in our first 7 years, and that is exactly what we are continuing to do with this budget.
The Honourable, here I have the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona on my list. I'm just, all right, we're good. The Honourable Member, Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, 2 new reports this week show that while Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, big corporations in the grocery business are padding their pockets with record profits. Cargill alone reported $5 billion in net income in 2021, over double their net income from just last year. Big companies are taking advantage of economic uncertainty to jack up prices by far more than the increase in their costs. Instead of condoning this profiteering, when will the Liberals apply the tax measures announced just in yesterday's budget to these other industries that are profiting off high prices while Canadians struggle.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to our middle-class tax cuts, Budget 2022 proposes additional measures that will make Canada's tax system more fair while promoting economic growth. This includes a permanent 1.5% corporate tax increase on profits over $100 million for bank and life insurance companies, new measures to prevent the use of foreign corporations to avoid Canadian tax, and a tax cut for small businesses as they continue to grow and create new jobs for Canadians. That's responsible fiscal management. That's fair tax policy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Over 80% of Indigenous peoples live off reserve. They are 11 times more likely to use a shelter. The Liberals promised a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy since 2017. But budget after budget, there was no mention of it. Now that the NDP has pushed the Liberals to take action, they are only proposing $300 million to initiate a strategy over 5 years. This is not good enough. Will the Liberals make the necessary investments for a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. And while the other side is talking about what is in the budget, I want to talk about today what is in the budget. We have historic investments in Indigenous housing. We have historic investments in Jordan's Principle. We have historic investments in infrastructure. We have historic investments in mental health. Overall, Mr. Speaker, we've invested more than $27 billion for Indigenous issues. On this side of the House, we're committed to reconciliation. We're committed to moving forward on Indigenous issues, and we're committed to working with the member opposite to make sure that we're doing everything possible for Indigenous people in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure. Mr. Speaker, housing has been top of mind for so many Canadians, especially first-time home buyers and middle-class families like those in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Yesterday's historic budget was a housing-focused budget with important investments and initiatives. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and my great friend please share with this House some of the key measures that will help ensure every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that very important question.
We have seen housing become unaffordable. That's why the housing is the centerpiece of the budget 2022. We are making unprecedented investments to doubling housing construction, helping Canadians buy their first home, curb unfair practices that drives up the price of housing, and support the construction of affordable housing. Mr. President, the federal leadership, we took it, and we will continue to do because we will deliver the homes that people need all across the country.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All talk and very little action.
Yep.
The goal for many young Canadians is home ownership, which was once considered a common occurrence for young Canadians, is now completely out of reach for many. For months, this government has told young Canadians that they are being listened to. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly not the case. Instead of introducing bloated, bureaucratic programs wrapped up in red tape, why is their only solution to give another $1,400 per person of debt and fail to get results?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for the question. Canadians across the country have seen access to property become extremely difficult, even impossible. It's unacceptable. That is why Budget 2022 presents concrete measures, an investment of $200 million to develop purchase to own, allow people to buy a first home. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, leadership on housing has something we've been taking since 2017. We'll continue to do it because they did nothing when they were in government.
Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's budget will not put more money into the pockets of young families in Ivanhoe. It won't build houses for people in Tamworth, and it won't fix the labor shortage plaguing the entire construction industry across my riding. What Canadians want and what Canadians need is a foundational plan from this government to fix our broken housing sector. This means lowering inflation, lowering the debt, letting Canadian families keep their hard-earned money. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop holding ambitious, home-seeking Canadians back and start helping them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We are lowering the debt. Our net debt to GDP ratio is consistently declining, as evidenced by this budget. We continue to have the best fiscal balance sheet among countries right across the G7. And I would remind my colleague, when she talks about growth, that she is actually downplaying the incredible growth that Canadians are creating in our country. 6.7% growth in Q4, Mr. Speaker. And I would like the member's office to acknowledge the importance of our incredible fiscal track, Mr. Speaker. What my colleague is doing is to not...
Order. And we've made it to 27 questions. This is awesome. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Using the example in the budget, a couple earning $90,000 per year would qualify for a home purchase of $355,000. Wow. Using the tax-free savings account in 2027, the couple will be eligible for a $500,000 purchase price if all other variables, including mortgage rates, remain constant. Failing Liberal housing policy has doubled the price of home to $816,000. Why is this government continuing to fail aspiring homeowners?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, no government in Canadian history has invested more in the creation of housing than our government through this budget. We are there in order to ensure that more homes will be created.
And what I meant by we made it 27 questions without a whole lot of heckling, which I thought was really, really good. So let's just back up a little bit. Let's let the Parliamentary Secretary answer the question. The honourable member, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservatives are so excited by our housing policy in this budget that they can't help themselves. We are investing a historic amount in the creation of housing in this country, and it is going to help each and every Canadian purchase a home. We have incentives for first home buyers. We have plans to create co-op housing. We have plans in order to ensure that affordable housing is there so that every Canadian can put a roof over their heads.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, that was very amusing. Mr. Speaker, this government's first-time homebuyers incentive program is a bust. I speak to home builders and mortgage brokers and realtors and prospective first-time buyers who tell me that the program doesn't work in Canada's more expensive real estate markets. The average price of a home in my riding of Langley Aldergrove is now higher than the upper limit permitted under the program. So why is this NDP Liberal government doubling down on this failed and discredited program?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague all the benefits, not only the National Housing Strategy to help people pay their rent, it also helped a number of people buy a home. The investment, the historic investment being made in 2022 will support new homeowners and give them the homes that they're dreaming of. The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, the Liberals are betraying seniors. Not only are they not increasing the healthcare transfers, not only are they depriving seniors under 75 of the old age security increase, they are also failing to keep their own promises, as insufficient as they are. They promised to improve the guaranteed income supplement for the lowest income seniors. They promised a tax credit for seniors who continue to work. They promised to improve the natural caregiver tax credit. These are their own promises. Why did they fail to keep them?
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From the beginning, our government's priority has been to help the most vulnerable. That's why we've worked so hard to strengthen income security and the old age security that they rely on. Our plan delivers on our promise to increase old age security by 10% for seniors 75 and older. We will continue to deliver for seniors, especially those who need it most, as they age and as their needs increase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, clearly they're creating two classes of seniors. Not only are the priorities of seniors completely missing from the budget, the government is even trying to show that seniors no longer need support, as if they were being spoiled rotten, as if seniors were wrong to be concerned about the quality of health care in the public long-term care homes, as if they were wrong to think that it's unfair that some are getting less in old age security than others to deal with the same increase in cost of living. Why is the government denying the reality that seniors are facing and the real concerns that they have? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we too are concerned about the cost of living for our vulnerable seniors, and that is why all our programs for our vulnerable seniors are indexed to inflation. This means that the amounts are being increased along with the increase in the cost of living. I would invite my colleague to look at page 223 of the budget, where we talk about expanding and investing more in community programs specifically for seniors.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
The hypocrisy of the Liberal government knows no bounds, Mr. Speaker. After voting against our motion to leverage Canada's energy sector to free Europe from its dependence on Russian oil and gas, the Natural Resources Minister's announcement in France shows Conservatives were right on the issue. Oil and gas is the answer to Europe's energy needs. Absolutely. So will the minister commit to measures to get energy infrastructure built to Atlantic Tidewater?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time of great crisis in Europe, of course, Canada is looking to assist our friends and our allies with some of their short-term requirements. That was what the incremental 300,000 barrels about. That is what some of the conversations we are having with the European Union are about. But I would say that we are also working with them very actively on their desire to accelerate the transition towards renewables and hydrogen. Canada is committed to working with Europe to ensure that we are helping them in the short term and in the long term to meet their needs.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
So apparently to this government, 1.5% is the new 2%. Despite supporting the Conservative motion to increase defence spending to 2% of GDP to meet our NATO obligations, newly announced spending only brings us to 1.5%. Oh, and 1.5% after a lengthy, drawn-out, comprehensive review. Stop the political meddling and buy equipment. There, I just performed their comprehensive review for them. When will this government recognize the threats and get this equipment purchased for the men and women in our forces?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Canadian Armed Forces must be well equipped and well supported to fulfill the missions that we ask of them. That's why our government is building on the smart, critical investments we've made over the past years, with a further $8 billion announced yesterday, which will support immediate investments in our defense priorities, including our continental defenses, alliance and collective security, and in the capabilities of the CAF, as well as cultural change, Mr. Speaker, cybersecurity, and military support for Ukraine. This is good news for Canada and good news for the Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, for a month, the Minister of Agriculture knows that there will be a shortage of Russian fertilizer for producers in eastern Canada. There's been no action, only words. Prices are climbing, and our farm families cannot afford to pay 35% more on orders that they placed in 2021. The sowing season is coming, and farmers need answers. Will the minister exempt orders placed before March 2nd from the 35% tariffs? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure my colleague that we're working on this situation closely along with the farm sectors and their representatives to date. boats have come to Montreal, and fertilizer is making its way to farmers, and we're working in the long term to see what we can do. I'd like to remind my colleague that we have changed the rules of the early payment program to ensure that our farmers have access to liquidities early so that they can produce.
Châteauguay-Lacoste.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacoste. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2022, our government is investing $1.7 billion to extend and expand the federal incentives for zero-emissions vehicles program. And our government is also investing $3.8 billion to implement the first critical mineral strategy. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change tell us how these funds will help us to achieve our net zero goals for 2050? The Honourable Minister of Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Châteauguay-Lacoste, for her question and for her activism on the electrification of transportation. In order to support the energy transition and position Canada as a future economic power, we're investing not only in making electric vehicles more affordable, but also to ensure that Canada be a world leader throughout the supply chain, from extracting essential minerals needed to make vehicles and batteries, and building a national network of charging stations and guarantee that they use clean energy. Our government is here for Canadians. We're making smart investments to position Canada in the low-carbon economy of tomorrow. Thank you.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though no contract has yet been signed to use the milk from its proposed 2,200 goat prison farm, the government continues to build dairy facilities at the Joyceville and Collins Bay institutions. Given the absence of a contract, it is strange that the government continues to act and to spend as if it still plans to use prison labor to produce goat milk for export. Therefore, will the government promise to never sign any contract that involves the use of prison labor for export products?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. The Penitentiary Agricultural Program helps federal inmates gain the employment skills that are required to find meaningful employment in the community, which enhances their integration. In fact, we know offenders who participate in these programs are 3 times less likely to reoffend and find themselves back in custody. And that's why I'm pleased to announce that the Correctional Services of Canada has indeed awarded a contract in Joyceville. We'll continue to work with my colleague and others in this chamber so that we can see this project to completion. Of course, we will make sure that that contract complies with all of Canada's international obligations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for it to comply with all of our international agreements, we'd have to pay prison labor market wages. We'd have to ensure they have all benefits that are provided to free labor. So the question that now arises, now that we learn the contract has been signed, is this: has the government guaranteed that prisoners will be paid market wages, or alternatively, has it guaranteed that none of this will be used for export to China as in their original plan? One or the other, or else we're breaking international law.
Wow. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable colleague that, of course, we want to treat inmates fairly and we want to compensate them fairly, and that's why I'm pleased to share with him and all members that we have awarded the contract through the Correctional Services of Canada. We're going to make sure that those inmates are getting the skills, the experience that they require to become positive contributing members to society, Mr. Speaker, and we'll work with all members to make sure that that experience and that training is done in accordance with all of Canada's international obligations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, the prison farm in Joyceville, Ontario is also the home to a provincially inspected abattoir that serves Eastern Ontario farmers. There's been a surge in buying local meat, and farmers have stepped up to meet that demand. The facility operator will be retiring, and if we lose the abattoir there will be tremendous strain placed on processing capacity in Eastern Ontario. Will the Minister of Public Safety offer that license to another operator, or will the abattoir be closed?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question and for his advocacy in his community. I have committed to working with him and other members who are engaged in the process of making sure that we have these programs come back to total fruition in the community. As I said, Mr. Speaker, these programs ensure that inmates are equipped with the tools, the experience, and the skills that are necessary to safely reintegrate into their communities. I know my honourable colleague raises a specific issue with regards to licensing. We're engaging with him and will continue to do so. Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the world has watched in horror over the past few weeks as Russia continues its unprovoked and horrific full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people are not just fighting for their own freedom, they're fighting for all of us. Canada has taken strong action to support the Ukrainian people in that fight. Before Russia's invasion began, Canada began providing military support to Ukraine and has continued to provide significant military support. I was proud that Budget 2022, which was introduced yesterday, includes additional support to Ukraine. So could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence update Canadians on the support that was included in yesterday's budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member of Etobicoke Centre for his incredible work and commitment on this file and on this crisis throughout. Canada is one of the lead countries in NATO when it comes to supporting Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, and now we are stepping up even more with an additional $500 million to provide further military aid to Ukraine. And as the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress said yesterday, this is a crucial and timely decision. Our government will continue to give our Ukrainian friends the tools they need to win this war. And like the member from Etobicoke Centre, Mr. Speaker, we will not rest. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
In yesterday's budget, there were no new funds to help stop the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. This is extremely disappointing. Under this government, the genocide against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit continues. New Democrats have been fighting for funding to implement all of the calls for justice to help stop the violence. When will this government finally provide funds to save Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people's lives? The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question and her passion and her dedication. I sit with her on the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee, and I know the opposite member has heard me say that we have $2.2 billion put aside for over the next 5 years to address the missing and murdered Indigenous women's calls to justice. But I also want to talk about the important work that we've currently done with that money, including $85 million for Indigenous women's shelters across Canada. Also, we're continuing to move forward on cultural spaces in communities. This week, our minister just announced $16 million for funding for cultural spaces in Ontario and Quebec to address the cultural importance for Indigenous women to continue to practice their culture, to continue to practice their language, and continue to be proud of who they are. And our government is committed to Indigenous women across Canada.
And that's all the time for our question period today. But I thought, since some of you might not be sticking around for the rest of the debate, I want to wish each and every one of you a happy Easter and enjoy connecting back into your ridings for a couple of weeks. So, joyeux Pâques à toutes et à tous. Daily routine of business. Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Projet de.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motions. And presenting petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Kerr, there you go. Give it another try there, member for Winnipeg Centre. No, I'm not getting any audio from your headset.
Do you mean Winnipeg South Centre?
There we go. I got you now. So go for your petition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to table a petition on behalf of residents of Winnipeg South Centre who are outraged at the Russian Federation's unlawful and unprovoked war against the people of Ukraine. Ukrainians are living with the gravest humanitarian and displacement crisis within Europe since the Second World War. My constituents and all Canadians are witnessing scenes they once hoped had been relegated to the past. The petitioners would like Ukrainian refugees to find safety and security in Canada and are asking for this to be made possible by lifting all visa requirements and granting visa-free travel to Ukrainians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind folks to take their conversations outside so that we can keep on with petitions. L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lille.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to table today on behalf of members of Development and Peace this petition signed by hundreds of people which asks the government to prevent the negative impacts on environmental human rights when Canadian businesses invest elsewhere, particularly in the mining sector in developing countries. Development and Peace is an important organization which takes action in developing countries to help people. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I have 3 petitions to table today. The first one has been initiated by Brenda Morris, a human rights activist, and she's calling for the government to take action with respect to the Afghan community. She notes that for decades after risking their lives to help the Canadian Armed Forces and many Afghan interpreters, other collaborators, and their extended families were left in a highly precarious situation being targeted by the Taliban. And with the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, many are desperate to get to safety but are unable to do so. So they are calling on the government to immediately undertake an emergency immigration measure that grants a temporary residence permit and temporary travel documents while suspending the usual documentation requirements until they're safely here in Canada. And that would apply to all Afghans and their extended families who serve the military, those who are human rights activists, those with immediate family members here in Canada, and to expand the stream to extended family members as well. They're also calling for the government to open up spaces for sponsorship agreement holders and to waive the refugee determination requirements. The other 2 petitions that I'm tabling, Mr. Speaker, were initiated by my constituents Marie Udega and Nick Petrovich, and they're calling for the government to enact a just transition legislation that reduces emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030 and make significant contributions to emissions reductions in countries in the global south. They further note that there needs to be action on winding down the fossil fuel subsidy and related infrastructure, and to end the fossil fuel industry and related infrastructure. They're calling for transitions to a decarbonized economy and to create new public economic institutions and to expand public ownership of services and utilities across the economy to implement the transition. They note that creating good green jobs and driving inclusive workforce development is key, and that we need to respect Indigenous rights sovereignty and knowledge of by including them in creating and implementing this legislation. Finally, they are calling for the government to expand the social safety net and to pay for the transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest in corporations and financing them through a public national bank. The last petition is exactly the same as the previous one, and this has been initiated by my constituent, Leah Anderson. Mr. Speaker, I hope the government will take action on these petitions.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Very good. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
That's tabled. That's it. Great. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Ways and Means, resuming debate on motion number 3 concerning budgetary policy and on the amendment of Mr. Fast.
I think that when we stopped, the member for Joliette had 6.5 minutes. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There could be so much more to say about the budget. My colleagues will say more once the debate resumes. Unfortunately, I must criticize this government's tradition of presenting the budget right before a parliamentary recess. They prefer to go out there and present their side of the story rather than bringing the debate before elected representatives here. That is unfortunate. So there would be a lot more to say, but for now, I would like to move, seconded by the member for Saint-Jean, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. D, increase health transfers as unanimously requested by Quebec and the other provinces and territories. E, increase old age security for seniors aged 65 to 74. F, take concrete action against climate change. G, offer solutions to the increase in the cost of living for people and businesses. H, consult and respect the jurisdictions of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Question A. Oh, ça c'est là. That's right. That's right. Monsieur Sainte-Marie, appuyé par Madame.
It is moved by Mr. Sainte-Marie, seconded by Madame Normandin, that the following sub-amendment be adopted. D, increase health transfers as unanimously requested by Quebec and the other provinces and territories. E, increase old age security for seniors aged 65 to 74. F, take concrete action against climate change. G, offer solutions to the increase in the cost of living for people and businesses. And H, consult and respect the jurisdictions of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. This sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things in which I think members of all sides of the House should be supporting is the government's ambitious commitment through budgetary dollars going into the hundreds of millions of dollars towards doubling the number of housing starts over the next decade, something in which we all know is so critically important. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that it's not just the federal government that has to play the role. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what we're going to be seeing is whether it's municipalities or provinces and other potential stakeholders working with the national government to ensure that we do see a dramatic increase in housing starts in the country. And I'm wondering if the member could indicate, does the Bloc Party support the government's efforts to double the number of houses being constructed, which would imply within that support that we continue to work with municipalities and provinces to make that a reality?
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is believed that there are 1.8 million missing housing units, and here we're talking only about 100,000 more units. So yes, it's good to have more housing, but there's still a major gap to fill. And then there's also the issue of social housing. It is mentioned indirectly, unfortunately, in the budget, but ultimately, Ottawa is using the expression affordable housing, but that's not the same thing. And you might end up with an apartment that actually costs quite a lot, and yet it's being called affordable housing. Plus, this government is saying that it wants to build 6,000 of these units. That's not enough, and we need social housing, not affordable housing. Another thing that I stated in my speech is that in this budget, Ottawa is threatening municipalities by saying you will only get your infrastructure transfers if we feel that you've built enough social housing. It's not up to Ottawa to play this kind of paternalistic role. We expected better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Merci, le Président. J'ai une question pour mon...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my friend.
Honourable colleague's speech, I thought he did very well, especially the first half of the speech. I would like him to expand a little bit more on the paternalism that we saw in this budget. You might be... You could be excused for thinking that the Prime Minister might be wanting to be a premier of a province after reading the budget. He is getting involved in the jurisdictions of our provinces, and I would like the honourable member to give us his insights on this same topic. Thank you.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to greet my friend for Simcoe North. I'm very pleased to work with him on the Finance Committee, even though we are not part of the same party. I'm always pleased to hear what he has to say. He's always constructive. Yes, unfortunately, since 2015, since I've been in this House, I see this Liberal government coming forward like a bulldozer in a very centralizing way. This government likes to interfere in areas of provincial jurisdiction, including for Quebec, my nation. The historic compromise of federation was that Quebec would have its own very specific, different place within Canada. We didn't believe in that. That's why we are sovereigntists. We prefer being good neighbors than bad roommates. But what we see here again in this budget is that Ottawa is going to come tell us what to do in the area of health. Ottawa is going to put conditions on the transfers. And as I was saying earlier, make infrastructure transfers conditional on the creation of social housing. So Ottawa is telling everyone what to do. There's a real contrast with the recent article by Francis Fukuyama, who states that liberalism can exist within small nations like Quebec, Scotland, or Catalonia. People who are proud of who they are and can do things in their own way. But clearly, this multiculturalist government, which wants everyone to be in the same mold, does not agree.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. From the beginning of the pandemic, people have been struggling due to the underfunding of our health system. For many years, the federal government has been reducing its funding to provinces. Instead of doing its fair share, this government has refused to increase health transfers. Can the member tell us a little more about why it's so important for people that the federal government start to pay once again its fair share of these expenses and increase the health transfer?
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Thank you. I'd like to comment my colleague for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Commend her for her excellent French. It's always appreciated when we are asked questions in French. So congratulations for that. Yes, of course, in this budget there is nothing. In 2015, we were told, well, there'll be consultations with provinces, we'll find an agreement. Same old chorus in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. This time, still nothing in the budget, but once again we're being told, yes, we will sit down with provinces and we'll negotiate. We don't believe this. The issue is that the system, the healthcare system, even after the pandemic in Quebec and throughout Canada, has been under huge pressure. We need to better fund our healthcare system. That is Quebec's main request. So, of course, I would like to ask my colleague to say, like us, it's unacceptable and to vote against the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I would like to thank my colleague for Joliette and his colleagues for their strong voice against the Baie du Nord project today. I would like to ask a question. I was so disappointed that in this budget there was a new $7.1 billion subsidy fund for fossil fuels at a moment where we are talking about eliminating this.
Implications of adding a new fossil fuel subsidy at this time.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend the member for Kitchener Centre again for his French. Yes, Baie du Nord The IPCC tells us there should be no new projects, but the former environmentalist who used to climb the CN Tower says, well, newsflash, new project, 1 billion new barrels. Then we have the budget, and we said, well, maybe they'll compensate, have a compromise. But no, the ministers of the environment elsewhere in the world have resigned for much less. But now what do we have? Subsidies for fossil fuels once again. Why? To say, well, we'll have more emissions to reduce our emissions. Wake up, it's time to act. It seems that the government simply isn't present. It's a myopic vision of climate change and will continue to put pressure on the government. It's unacceptable. I'm sorely disappointed by the compromised posture from the Environment Minister. This is unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a look at the amendment tabled by my colleague. It seems a perfectly reasonable amendment, especially when it comes to social and progressive measures, increasing health transfers, increasing OAS, fighting against climate change, offering solutions against the raising cost of life. We'll have to vote on this in the House. So imagine, well, imagine if I was someone who called themselves socialist but I'd vote against. Would they vote against the question of respecting jurisdictions of Quebec, the provinces and territories? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on the matter. The Honourable Member for Joliette, 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have done in this amendment is what we did in our proposals to the Minister for Finance. That's what we did at the Finance Committee with colleagues. We examined what is happening in Quebec, what agreements exist in Quebec, what should be due for Quebec. That's what we've proposed, and that's what we're proposing here once again. That's what Quebec has agreed upon. As for a left-leaning party like the NDP, this could be great. There is a temptation of centralization, of course, which is a risk, but with the Sherbrooke Declaration, we should be okay. But at the end of the day, the government and the NDP have committed to voting for the budget and for confidence votes. So I think they should vote. They will be voting against our proposal, even if they agree with what's inside. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to participate in the debate on the budget. I'm sure it'll come as no surprise to members in the chamber that I have a lot to say on the subject. And it is an interesting budget indeed. Lest I be accused of bringing the lead, I want to start by saying I think the most important element of the budget is the new dental care plan. This is the first major expansion of Medicare in over 50 years since Tommy Douglas first introduced Medicare and took it across the country, getting it passed here in Ottawa as well. It's something that Canadians have been waiting generations for now. And it's going to make a really big difference in the lives of, first of all, children 12 and under who should have access to basic dental care services this year, and then expanding to children 18 years and under, seniors, people living with disabilities next year, and a full implementation of the program so that all Canadian households with a household income of $90,000 or less should have access to basic dental care by 2025. That's a big deal, and it's going to make a difference for a lot of people. And so that's why I wanted to start off by just reminding folks. I think, sometimes in the media commentary around the budget, journalists and others have been quick to move on from that point. You've got dental care NDP, but, what have you done for us lately? Well, this is just in the budget. It is new. And as it rolls out, I think Canadians are going to see and appreciate what a massive difference it can make for so many of our friends and neighbors and people that live in our communities. And I think just like Medicare in its day, once Canadians see how this works, and so many people experience the benefit and see people they know benefit from the program, it's something Canadians are going to be very proud to say is part and parcel of being Canadian, that having a right to dental service is part and parcel of being Canadian, and I believe strongly it's something Canadians will not want to give up. So for me, that's the real big news in this budget. And it's the overwhelming reason why New Democrats are proud to support it. It's why we undertook to negotiate with the government to get something out of this Parliament that Canadians elected just 6 months ago. And so, having spoken a little bit about dental care now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the state of politics and what's been happening in this place, but also what's been happening outside of this place, and why New Democrats felt it was important to try and take a constructive approach to this Parliament to deliver real results for people that are going to make a difference in their life. And I don't think it's news to anyone in this chamber who are all involved in politics in one way, shape, or form to a very high degree, that the nature of political discourse has been getting really nasty, nastier and nastier over the course of many years now, even before the pandemic. And there are no shortage of things to be angry about in a time of rising inflation and uncertainty and the challenges of the pandemic. So it's appropriate for people to feel concern, to feel anxiety, and to feel anger at the changes that are happening around them and the impacts that it's having on them in their life. But as elected people, as public officials, as leaders in our community, we have a choice to make. We can double down on that strategy of polarization and anger and division and try and wedge and get as much political benefit as we can by going to people in their anger and ramping it up and trying to take advantage of that to elect more of whoever people see as the best flag bearer of that anger. Or we can recognize that things have been getting worse as our politics have gotten more polarized. That for as much as gratifying that anger can be satisfying, and there's an important element in politics of giving expression to people's legitimate frustration, it hasn't been getting to solutions. It hasn't actually been heading off the real problems that are the source of that anxiety and anger. And so we're called to try and do something different instead of doing the same old thing. And we know in the NDP, if people want to double down on that strategy of anger and polarization, there's no shortage of places they can go for people who are going to encourage that. But if they want to see their politicians get down to work and recognize that there are real differences between, for instance, the NDP and the Liberals, just as there are real differences between the NDP and the Conservatives, and perhaps there are less differences than we're sometimes led to believe between the Liberals and the Conservatives, but they certainly like to ramp up the contrast on what differences are there. I think Canadians do want to see us get down to work. They do want to see us move forward on constructive proposals. And that message was very clear in the last election when Canadians elected a parliament that looks very much like the one before, after telling us in no uncertain terms that they didn't want an election. And in fact, in the lead up to the last election, just in the June before we recessed for the summer that turned into the election that no one wanted, every opposition party in this place pledged not to cause an election, because they recognized that that isn't what Canadians wanted, and they recognized that it wasn't going to be the solution to our problem. So when we came back here after the election, we asked ourselves how we could try to do politics differently. Not to disregard the important differences between us and other parties in the chamber, but how we could work collaboratively. The first instance of successful collaboration for me in this Parliament was when I worked with members of the Conservative Party and the Bloc Québécois at the Finance Committee to pass an amendment on the new pandemic benefit program that the government had introduced to make sure that, unlike in the first iteration, in the new program, companies that were accepting wage subsidy money wouldn't be able to pay dividends to their shareholders, because we agreed that was something that was important to do. And that was an example already of New Democrats being willing to work with people in other parties in order to get things done that would matter for Canadians. And of course, in recent weeks, we managed to reach an agreement with the government to make sure that certain priorities that we fought for and we believe are important and that we think will serve Canadians well would be represented in the budget. We're going to continue to work under the framework of that agreement to deliver on more. But there has been the beginning of delivering of those priorities in this agreement, Mr. Speaker. So I want to talk a little bit more about what some of those items are. And I want to start by talking about revenue, because it is a big part of the conversation about how the federal government gets on a good fiscal track. And our contention here, and it's why we opposed a Conservative Opposition Day motion that called for no new taxes at all, is that revenue has to be part of that conversation and that there is no credible path to balance without talking about the revenue side of the equation. And that's why there was work done in the agreement between us and the government on moving on revenue. And so there was a few measures actually, but I'm going to talk specifically about the permanent increase on the corporate tax rate for banks and insurance companies of 1.5%. And then in addition to that, there was a pandemic dividend, another tax on banks and insurance companies, a one-time tax of 15 extra percent. Now that sounds like a lot. You have to bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that's 15 extra percent on their earnings over $1 billion. So this isn't something that's about going after all of the mom and pop businesses that struggled in the pandemic, that needed help and are still trying to get back on their feet. This is about giant companies that did very well, thank you, during the pandemic, who should be pitching in to help pay for the ongoing support that's needed to get Canadians the rest of the way through this pandemic and to start getting serious about tackling the climate crisis. Something that unfortunately this budget doesn't do, and I'm going to come back to that in my remarks, Mr. Speaker. So we got started on revenue, but we were just talking in question period today about the fact that 2 reports came out this week showing that a number of other giant companies in other industries have made record profits. Cargill alone in 2021 made $5 billion in net income, which is over half again what it had made in 2020. That's a giant increase. And it's an increase that goes well above and beyond what their rising costs are. Or it wouldn't be an increase in net revenue, it would be an increase in gross revenue. So what we know is that a lot of companies are using this time of economic uncertainty to raise their prices much higher than their costs are going up, and that's why we believe the government hasn't gone far enough in this budget. That pandemic dividend should be applied to many more companies that have made much more money in the pandemic as a result of the pandemic, and the permission it appears to have given them to raise prices, permission that they shouldn't feel is legitimate, and that there's a way to stop that or to curtail it, which is by taxing that extra profit and reinvesting it in the things we need. So that's a little bit on the revenue front. And I could go on. We've talked about having a wealth tax on fortunes of $10 million and greater. We've talked about serious action on tax havens, which we don't see here. After successive Liberal and Conservative governments have made cozy tax arrangements with tax haven nations, we know that Canada is losing about $25 billion a year in revenue, and that's revenue that would well be spent here at home if only our governments would stop allowing the wealthiest among us and the biggest companies to shelter their wealth from those legitimate taxes. But this budget also brings measures the NDP fought for that are about value for money. Dental care is about value for money because we know that when you don't get access to preventative oral care, it creates health problems that cost more to fix later once they've gotten worse than if you can nip it in the bud. And that's despite all the other benefits for people's quality of life to have access to timely preventative oral health care. Value for money comes from the initiative on housing, and particularly the change in definition under the National Housing Strategy of what counts as affordable. So, for instance, Mr. Speaker, prior to this budget and prior to the agreement with the NDP, the definition of affordable housing was 30% of the median household income in an area. So what that means is that in many cases, affordable units, so-called affordable units, could actually be rented out at higher than the market rate. And I'll give you some examples, for instance. In Edmonton, where the average market rent was $1,180 a month, under the affordable definition of the Liberals' National Housing Plan, you could charge up to $2,627 a month. Well, we got the definition changed so that it's no longer about the income of the people that you happen to live next to, but that it's actually about having units rented at below market rate. 80% of market rate. So that means that in Edmonton, that unit that public dollars were helping build that could be rented out at over $2,500 a month, under the new definition would have to be rented out at $944 a month. That's just one example, and there are comparable examples from many different markets across the country. That's about getting better value for public money, because you can announce as much money as you want to build new housing. If you're contributing to new housing under the pretext of making new affordable units, and those units are rented out above market rate, we're never going to get out of the hole we're in, and we're not going to create affordable housing for Canadians. And New Democrats care very much to ensure that when public dollars are spent, we're getting value for that money. We weren't getting it under the National Housing Strategy, and we are now going to get it because of this important change of definition, which doesn't cost Canadians an extra dime, but it's going to get a hell of a lot more value out of the money that they are spending on housing, Mr. Speaker. The Rapid Housing Initiative, we heard earlier about the importance of social housing beyond simply affordable housing. The Rapid Housing Initiative is the only program under the National Housing Strategy that delivers any social housing units. No question, we need to do more, but that's why it was a priority for the NDP to see a year's extension of the National Housing Initiative, or that, of the Rapid Housing Initiative, because it's under that program that we're seeing some social housing units built. No question we need to do more, but again, that's how we get value for money. And I would add, Mr. Speaker, we see reference again to pharmacare in the budget. Very glad, because the reference to pharmacare in the Liberal platform was dropped altogether in 2021. And that reference to pharmacare wouldn't be in the budget but for the NDP's negotiation, using the leverage of our 25 seats in this place to get the government to do the right thing that it said it would do. And that is about value for money as well as better service for Canadians. Because the National Pharmacare Plan, while it will cost $20 billion on federal books, is less than the $24 billion that Canadians currently spend on prescription drugs through various provincial and territorial programs, through individual payments, through company benefit plans, and the premiums that they pay on those plans. So, pharmacare is a way to get better value for the money that Canadians already spend on prescription drugs and actually lower the overall cost by $4 billion. So the NDP is very much concerned about how we have good books, but not at the expense of individual Canadian households. We're not here to talk about how we take the real deficit, that is a deficit in services and the ability of Canadians to pay for the things they need off the public books, and transfer it onto individual Canadians and say sink or swim on your own, particularly when so many are close to drowning financially after all the effects of the pandemic. We're here to say, how do we pay for these things together? How do we raise the revenue we need to pay for them? How do we get the value for money that we need to do so that we're not paying more than we should for the things we need? And that's what we're here to talk about, Mr. Speaker. So, I do want to spend a little bit of time, and I know my time is running out. It's too bad. I have many more things to say. But I do want to talk about some of the deficiencies of this budget. And I want to zone in particularly on climate. Because the fact of the matter is that we don't have a lot of time to act. We don't have a lot of time to get it right. And for decades now, Canada has been running a bet on the fossil fuel industry. We've been doing it in terms of revenue for government, hoping that it works out. We've been doing it on the climate, hoping that it works out. And we have been losing at that bet. We've been losing on the climate side for sure. And to the extent that eventually the floor is going to fall through on that bet, we haven't been doing what we need to make sure that we've diversified our economy for the sake of workers who are going to feel it when the fossil fuel industry is not what it once was. And we've already experienced some periods of that recently. And we've also been failing to diversify the sources of government revenue that will also have to be made up when the fossil fuel sector is not the same cash cow for governments that it's been. And the problem with this budget is that it doubles down on the bet, hoping that carbon capture and storage is going to allow for the fossil fuel industry to continue. We saw that not only in the budget, but also in the recent approval of the Bay-du-Nord project. So the government continues to hope that some new technology, as yet unproven at scale, is going to reduce emissions for fossil fuels adequately enough that we can pretend like the fossil fuel industry is not the problem that it is in respect of the climate crisis. That's not the approach we need. We can't continue to double down on the bet. We have to change track, and we have to start diversifying. That means investing in renewable energy. Now, there's a proposal out there for a Western Regional Power Grid, for instance, Mr. Speaker. That is a major nation-building infrastructure project that can put people to work who have a lot of transposable skills from the oil sands to build something that's going to be of massive benefit to the country, that can generate massive revenue for the country, and actually displace fossil fuel as one of the sources of electricity generation in Canada. That's a good thing. That's the kind of project, and I raise that just as one example of the kind of innovative, big-thinking projects that could go a long way to changing Canada's emission profile. But instead, what we see is $2.9 or thereabouts $billion for carbon sequestration, carbon capture and sequestration to give back to oil companies that currently are making a lot of money with high oil prices. So that is a miss. And of course, we know that when it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, we heard this earlier in question period, we need to see action, Mr. Speaker. It's been years now since that report was released, and Indigenous women and girls are still the object of violence. They're still disappearing, they're still being killed, their families are still grieving. And the bureaucratic kind of inertia of this place is not an excuse to deprive those families of justice or an excuse not to protect Indigenous women and girls who are currently in danger just by virtue of living in our communities. That's completely unacceptable. We need to find a path forward. I know that the member from Winnipeg Centre has been doing excellent work, pushing the minister in this government to get action. We look forward to supporting that work as best we can and seeing a much more definitive plan for how we make immediate progress as we move forward, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for letting me share some thoughts about the budget. I look forward to questions and comments.
Questions and comments virtually. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This budget has been described as modern supply-side economics. Now, the traditional supply-side economics, as brought forward by Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, went for deregulation, big tax cuts for big business so that it would expand. And it worked, except it worked in Asia and not in North America, and we lost a lot of good middle-class jobs. Whereas, according to Janet Yellen, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, modern supply-side economics prioritizes labor supply, human capital, public infrastructure, research and development, and investments in a sustainable environment. And I'd like the honourable member's comments on that if he sees this budget in the same light.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I think I would be more inclined to see it in that light. First, if we recognize that Indigenous people are a large and growing segment of the Canadian population, particularly in Manitoba, where I'm from, and that we need to invest in Indigenous people. We need to make sure that they have the housing they need so that they're not concerned about overcrowding where they live or mold in their home while they're trying to get an education so that they can participate in the labor market. I'd be more inclined to feel that way about the budget if it gave a meaningful timeline for employment insurance reform, which is a really important part of helping workers navigate a difficult labor market at the moment, despite the fact that there are a lot of jobs available. It doesn't mean that every worker is the right match for the job that's available. So we need to do more on that. I was remiss in not mentioning a Canada Disability Benefit, and I hope I'm going to get a question on that so that we can talk a little bit more about that, Mr. Speaker. But certainly when we talk about a kind of limited supply-side economics focusing on workers, I do think there's a lot more focus we need to put on workers for this budget to earn that title.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention and his comments, especially as they relate to greater cooperation in this House and the tone that we take. I think that's very important. I would like to mention that I have enjoyed working well with my colleague on the Finance Committee. As he referenced, we did make an amendment to government legislation. I hope I can look forward to some potential cooperation in the future with respect to legislation as well. But with respect to the budget, Mr. Speaker, the question I have for this member is the government has put forward, in part of its housing strategy, a marquee new account for young people to save for a home. I wonder if he could let this House know what his thoughts are on the housing strategy in general, but in particular this marquee savings account that this government will be touting all across the country.
The honourable member for Elma-Transcona.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to get such a thoughtful question on housing policy. And I think that the issue that I have with that and that I'm concerned about is that in the absence of aggressive initiative by the government to address the financialization of housing, efforts like this to make a little bit more cash available to first-time home buyers are just going to get eaten up in the bidding process. So for as much as, you know, if we had a relatively stable housing market without the kind of year-over-year price increases that we've seen, this kind of thing might be helpful. But in a context where bidding wars continue to drive up the price year over year in incredible ways, my concern is that this is simply going to contribute to higher bids on houses. The winners there are developers and real estate agents, not the home buyers. And so that's why we need to see the government take action like, for instance, what they've done in New Zealand, where they have an incrementally higher down payment for every subsequent property. We need to cool the investment activity before a policy like this could really make the difference. I think all members would want to see it make.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for his comments. I would agree that a significant piece with this budget is the National Dental Care Plan. This is essential, I think, for all of our health, and it is one step towards completing Tommy Douglas's dream from 60 years ago. And I know my seniors in my community would welcome it. And starting this year, children will begin to get dental services. So that's a key piece to which 25 New Democrats were able to leverage our power to bring such services to Canadians. Now, with that being said, he also commented on a variety of other issues. I know that the people in Vancouver East are particularly concerned about the lack of action on the climate emergency. In British Columbia, we have experienced extreme weather from wildfires to floods and so on. So I'd like to ask the member to elaborate on this piece, on the shortcomings with the budget, as well for people who are faced with disabilities in our community. I'd like to hear his comments around what the government needs to be taking action on to address that.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Very much for that question. And I really think on the question of the Canada Disability Benefit that the Liberals promised in the last Parliament and promised again in their platform, I was hoping to see something on that. You know, it wasn't an item that we appeared able to get into the agreement, but it's something that we really do need to move forward on quickly. And I think people living with disabilities across the country who have been legislated into poverty for far too long deserve to see swift action on this. I know that our disabilities critic has written the minister on this issue, calling for the introduction of legislation quickly, and I think that's important so that we can get the details right. I don't think that it should be a rushed job. And in respect of climate, as I was saying earlier, it's not. They're really not on the right track in this budget, and we need to be looking at how we diversify our energy sources into far more renewable energy. They were willing to spend tens of billions of dollars now on a pipeline. And then they turn around and say, well, public investment isn't the answer on renewable energy. We need private capital to step up and do that. And I can't for the life of me figure out why it's acceptable to spend almost $20 billion on a pipeline and then plead poverty when it comes time to investing in renewable energy.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to see you in the chair.
For his speech, and while I know we can agree on a lot of things that are in the budget. And I'm delighted because that's what Canadians want us to do. They want us to work together to do what's best for Canadians. So I'm delighted that we can find some common ground here in the budget 2022. But one area that he did not discuss in his speech that I'd like to get his opinion on is the additional $8 billion in defense spending on top of what we've already committed to with Strong, Secure, Engaged. As the member knows, I am the mother of 2 serving members and the mother-in-law of a serving member. So I have a joke on the Hill that they call me the force generator because I'm so as the force generator here on the Hill, I'd like to get the member's opinion on the increase in defense spending, given the fact of what is happening in Europe right now, given the fact that we need to modernize NORAD, given the fact that we need to look at Strong, Secure, Engaged, because when we wrote it almost 5 years ago, a lot of things have changed. If you would like to elaborate. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I think I talked a little bit earlier about the kind of polarizing nature of political debate, and I think in the last week or so, there's been a tendency to think that you're either on board with spending 2% of GDP, which would represent about $25 billion a year, every year going forward, on defense spending, or you're not in favor of any defense spending at all. I think that is a false dichotomy. And what New Democrats have always said is that our men and women in uniform need the equipment and the skills to do what they're asked to do. We saw them deployed during the pandemic to our long-term care facilities. We've seen them deployed domestically and internationally in response to natural disasters or humanitarian crises. These are things that they need the equipment to be able to do. And it's no secret to anyone that there has been an incredible inability by governments of both stripes to be able to procure new equipment for our defense forces. And so we do support some spending in order to get them the equipment that they need. We are very skeptical about 2% of GDP as the right amount. Clearly, we have priorities like dental care and pharmacare and other things that we think should take precedence over that much of an increase in defense spending. So we're not opposed to some increases in defense spending, but are adamant that 2% of GDP is more than we ought to be affording for defense spending at this time, given all the other pressing demands on the shoulders of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me.
In the chair, I'm starting to see you in the chair so often, in fact, that I'm wondering about your ambitions. I know you take great pride in being on the opposition side, but maybe you're trying to tell us something, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. No, in all seriousness, it is. The fact that folks are kidding along speaks to the fact that you're very well liked in this House and well respected. I've had the pleasure of working with you on Finance Committee over the years and wish you well. I will tell you at the outset that I'm sharing my time with the member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital as well. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022, like any budget, budgets are ultimately a statement of values. Of course, there's details, there's the nuances, the technical side, the numbers, to be simple about it, but they are a statement of values. And so in this budget, we see a number of issues addressed. I want to speak about the budget from the vantage point as a Member of Parliament from the community of London, Ontario, a community like so many other, where people are focused on, are concerned about housing. But I also look at this budget and see, and I'm quite thankful, in fact, that the government has continued to take a layered approach or a nuanced approach to housing, not understanding it as just one thing, but separating it, and understanding that there is the challenges that come along with dealing with the continued issue of homelessness in Canada, and London is like all other cities in the country, certainly plagued with that challenge. But there's also the issue of supply and pricing and what that means, especially for young professionals, but for others. And the budget certainly takes a view that separates those two. As far as the first category, dealing with individuals who have real social issues, real social challenges, experienced homelessness, perhaps are also dealing with addiction, alcoholic addiction or drug addiction, or in fact could face those issues of deep poverty that prevents them from realizing their best selves, or mental health issues that are standing in the way. The extension of the Rapid Housing Initiative, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen in this budget, speaks to that ongoing issue. The extension would see in the next few years an additional 6,000 affordable units built. This is a hugely important outcome for the individuals, for the members of our community that fall into this category, unfortunately. And I would hope and I would expect that as part of that, we would see a continued partnership between the government and the CMHC and not-for-profits to realize a good outcome here. Because while the government is very good at identifying the problem, it is in no position, and nobody expects it to be in a position, to understand and have an expertise on the ground that varies, of course, from community to community. Not-for-profits and communities have that understanding and that knowledge and that background, Mr. Speaker. And so in my own community, where the Rapid Housing Initiative has been implemented, we have seen continued work, continued partnership, in fact, that is the word, between the federal government, the CMHC, and not-for-profits to ensure that the Rapid Housing Initiative comes to fruition, and certainly municipalities as well, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to work with them to ensure the quick construction of units. On the other side of the ledger, there is the New Housing Accelerator Fund. This is $4 billion over 5 years, beginning in 2022 to 2023. It will be operated by the CMHC, and the focus here is on supply. I mentioned before that we have to divide housing. We have to understand it for what it is, an inherently complex area of policy, and there is no silver bullet solution, so to speak. We need to understand the fact that while the Rapid Housing Initiative will deal with the problems that I spoke about just now, this issue of affordability, this issue of rapidly escalating housing prices is something that needs to be dealt with through other policy mechanisms. For example, in London, we've seen the average cost of a home just a few years ago, around $400,000. It's now doubled, in excess of $800,000 by last count. This is affecting the city. This is affecting the wider region. We've had many individuals drive till they qualify. No fault of their own. They're going to do what's best for their families. They've left the GTA, for example, and have come to London, have settled in London. And so a program like this speaks to that challenge, because as more people have come, certainly, and as our population has increased, London is one of the fastest growing communities in the entire country. We see supply challenges. And so assisting municipalities with the issue of permits, with the issue of other red tape, so to speak, making sure that we are able to see permits issued as quickly as possible, cutting down on those delays. And a program like this, the Housing Accelerator Fund, puts that at its very core. So it's great to see that the government has listened to the home builders, for example, across the country. Certainly I want to thank home builders in London, Ontario. The London Home Builders Association does great work. I've engaged with them over the years on this issue. Realtors have brought this up. I want to thank the London St. Thomas Realtors Association, or LSTAR, for their work. This is something that will deal with the issue of supply and ensure that Canadians faced with the challenge of home prices, hopefully, it won't be immediate, but hopefully in the near future, we'll see an effect in a downward trajectory on the overall cost of home prices. The other thing I wish to talk about, still focused on housing, because it does remain the top issue in my community, Mr. Speaker, is the announcement of the government yesterday of the creation of the tax-free first home savings account. This is something that I spoke about at great length, Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, going door to door, engaging with constituents, not just young people, for example, who are having a tough time in terms of being priced out of the market right now in London, but also their parents, who were deeply anxious about the prospects of their kids going forward in terms of being able to afford a home. What we see under this is a program that would allow first-time home buyers to save up to $40,000 tax-free. The funds would be contributed They would go in on a tax-free basis and withdrawn again, tax-free, and no tax would be applied on any investment gain. As I've said, it's great for young people, and not just young people, anybody facing a challenge of getting into the market right now. The top concern constantly that I hear about is putting together that money for the down payment. And a tax-free account like this, modeled on the TFSA, but also the RRSP system, will go a long way to helping families. You've told me, Mr. Speaker, that I think I only have about a couple minutes. And so the last thing I'll talk about, I'll go in a different direction, but I do so in my capacity as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue. It's an enormous honor to work with her on issues relating to revenue in general, and specifically the CRA, the Canada Revenue Agency. As we saw yesterday, Budget 2022 proposes $1.2 billion over the next 5 years, beginning in 2022-23. This funding would go to the funding of audits of large entities and non-residents engaged in aggressive tax avoidance. It would also increase the prosecution of those engaged in tax evasion. We've seen great efforts in this direction over the previous 4 or 5 years. Beginning in Budget 2016, in fact, we saw a very significant increase to the CRA by way of this government's commitment and the recognition that investing in the agency, investing in the CRA, does yield a result. In fact, for every $1 invested, $5 is returned. And I want to thank the officials, the public servants of the Canada Revenue Agency, for their work over the years. Of course, there's much more work to do on the issue of avoidance and evasion, but we are certainly seized with that on this side of the aisle. We take the ideas of the opposition on this as well. But there have been gains in this direction, and I would expect those gains to continue, certainly building on the investments of the past few years and yesterday's announcement as well. I look forward to engaging with colleagues so we can see these measures fully passed and dealt with so that they can benefit the country. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to talk specifically about an area with respect to the budget, and that's with respect to a private member's bill, which is S216. S216 is a piece of legislation that seeks to remove the archaic own activities test. In the budget, it said that it wanted to have the spirit of S216 brought into effect. So, will this implication, or will these changes be made in the Budget Implementation Act? And then, secondly, a big part of S216 is removing the own activities test. This is an archaic provision that forces Canadian charities to directly supervise the behavior of other organizations they may choose to partner with. This is particularly challenging in areas such as Indigenous charities and otherwise, who have had a long history of government misuse, and because of that, they often have mistrust. So the idea, it's almost colonial or patriarchal in scope that Canadian charities have to take over. So to sum up quickly, Mr. Speaker, my apologies, will the changes appear in the BIA, and will it remove the own activities test? Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you very much. It's good to get the question from a colleague that I have the pleasure of working with on the Public Accounts Committee, and while we don't know each other terribly well, it's been good to begin to get to know him over the past few weeks and months. I know there is interest in Bill S216. I've heard it from other members of Parliament on my side of on the governing side, and from colleagues in the opposition. We shall see. The budget does talk about the spirit of S216. And what that ultimately means in terms of how that will manifest is something to be discussed among colleagues in this House. And also I'd be very happy to engage with the member opposite by way of a phone call or by way of a coffee or whatever it might be, to hear his thoughts on why this reform is needed and the best ways to go about it. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask my colleague about something that is absent in this budget, help for seniors. There is absolutely nothing about that. On page 222, it says Well, seniors are doing pretty well. They're not necessarily in poverty. But I would like to remind my colleague that in August, during a useless election campaign, the Prime Minister promised seniors that he would raise the guaranteed income supplement by $500 for single people and $750 for couples. But there's nothing for seniors in this budget, and we are still discriminating between seniors by having a two-class system. The old age security program will be increased from 75 years of age, but nothing below that. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, how can this government claim that drugs, rent, or any other consumer goods cost less for people from 65 to 74 compared to those over 75? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci pour les questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question.
I would simply point to my colleague and say, look at the actions of the government during the pandemic. Seniors certainly were a focus of the government, a major focus of the government, and we will continue to make seniors a priority. There's a few things that I could, in fact, by way of specifics, look at the budget and speaking to the needs of seniors. They are general areas where Canadians will benefit in general terms. One is the issue that I spoke about at the outset of my speech, the Rapid Housing Initiative. I can tell you that so many seniors in housing need, deep housing need, have benefited by or through that program. Also, the focus on pharmacare and dental care. That will go a long way to supporting seniors as well.
Pour une question de 30 secondes seulement, l'honorable.
A brief question. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to echo my colleague from the Conservatives' interest in Bill 216 and how important that is. But the question I have today for the member, and thank him, of course, for his comments, is with regards to foreign aid. So we did see an investment in our military, an $8 billion investment in our military. One of the things that I've asked for in this House is that increase in military aid is tied to increases in humanitarian aid because, of course, war is a failure of development, is a failure of humanitarian action. So I'm wondering whether or not he would be supportive of a call to tie our amounts spent on defense to our amounts spent on humanitarian aid.
Donc, on a le temps pour une très brève réponse de l'honorable.
A very quick answer, please.
Ministre du Revenu National.
This is the party of Lester Pearson, Mr. Speaker, and so anytime the issue of foreign aid comes up, I'm always going to be receptive to suggestions. I would also encourage my friends in the NDP to recognize the fact that the international environment on security issues, on issues of war and peace, to be even more broad about it, has changed, and I would encourage them to look at what most Canadians are calling for, which is more military spending, and I'm glad to see that the budget moved in that direction yesterday. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable ministre des Affaires du Nord, ministre responsable de Développement économique Canada pour les Prairies et ministre responsable de l'Agence canadienne de développement économique du Nord.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. It's a great honor to be here on behalf of my constituents in St. Boniface, Saint-Vital. Monsieur le Président, je reconnais que je me trouve sur le...
Mr. Speaker, I recognize that I'm on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. It's a great honor to rise and speak about our government's ambitious plan to make life more affordable for Canadians, to protect our environment, continue to help our economy grow, and create new jobs and opportunities. We are working for a better future, where everyone has a real and fair chance of succeeding, including people in the North. It is very clear that Budget 2022 is based on what has been achieved in preceding budgets from our government. The last 2 years have been difficult for all Canadians. We faced a pandemic. Businesses and families turned to their governments for help in protecting their livelihoods, protecting their health and safety, and for help in supporting our economy to ensure that it would come back stronger than ever. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what our government succeeded in doing.
In fact, we have recovered more than 112% of the jobs that we lost due to the pandemic. And our unemployment rate today stands at 5.3%. the lowest ever recorded in the history of recording unemployment rates in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, the pandemic further exposed the vulnerabilities of northern communities and highlighted the unique challenges many northerners faced related to climate change, to food insecurity, to infrastructure, to lack of housing and remoteness. So we were there to help fill those gaps. To build more inclusive and resilient communities, in total, since March 2020, our government has made over $850 million in targeted COVID relief and recovery measures in the Arctic and in the North. Our government is promoting an inclusive economy and supporting the economic participation of groups facing barriers in the prairies economy, such as Indigenous people, Black Canadians, women, and young people. Budget 22 continues to support economic development and growth in the North and in the prairies. Whether it's cutting taxes for small businesses, investing in tourism, which has been hit hard during the pandemic, or making new investments in carbon capture, utilization storage, or investments in zero emissions technology, we are creating good jobs in the North and in the prairies that will green the economy and make Canada a world leader in clean ag tech. When it comes to agriculture, our government is investing over $1 billion in clean ag tech, on-farm climate action, carbon sequestration, and post-secondary research for a net zero emission agriculture. And all of this as we prioritize the implementation of the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, together with Indigenous, territorial, and provincial partners to ensure that Canada's Northern and Arctic residents, especially Indigenous peoples, are thriving, are strong, and are safe. The top issue I hear when meeting with Northerners, both virtually and in real time, is infrastructure and housing. Access to safe, quality, affordable housing has been a top issue for too long for far too many people in the North and in the Arctic. We know there are gaps, but we are responding. With partners, we've created the Intergovernmental Working Group in Nunavut and in Northwest Territories to find innovative solutions to address housing shortages. Building on past investments, Budget 22 makes historic new investments in northern housing. The North faces unique housing needs due to higher construction costs, shorter construction seasons, infrastructure gaps, and the effects of climate change, which are increasing as the North has been warming at roughly 3 times the global warming rate. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we invested $50 million, and now in Budget 2022, we propose to invest $150 million from Northern Affairs over 2 years to support affordable housing and related infrastructure in the North. $60 million to the Northwest Territories and Nunavut, and $30 million to Yukon. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the need to expedite the rollout of distinctions-based housing funding to help communities build much-needed infrastructure. That's why Budget 22 provides $4.3 billion over 7 years towards improving and expanding Indigenous housing in the North, which includes First Nations housing on reserve, housing in self-governing and modern treaty holder First Nation communities, $845 million for housing in Inuit Nunangat, housing for Métis communities, and launching and co-developing an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous strategy. Few regions are impacted as seriously by climate change as the North, so our government is also providing support for hydroelectricity and clean energy development in the North and contributing to Canada's strengthened climate plan. We've provided investments to support green energy projects in the North to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and promote renewable energy in growing northern communities, like the Inuit-led Kivalliq Hydro Fiber Link project to Manitoba. Budget 22 also includes $32.2 million over 2 years to support the Atlan Hydro Expansion Project, which will provide clean energy to Yukon and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and this is on top of the over $93 million our government has previously invested. Transformative projects like this, Mr. Speaker, will help Canada meet its climate objectives. They bolster Indigenous participation in the Canadian economy, they provide clean, green jobs, and directly support reconciliation with Indigenous nations. Many of the clean energy sources of our present and future are found north of 60, and Budget 22 provides up to $3.8 billion in support over 8 years to implement Canada's first critical minerals strategy. This significant investment will focus on priority critical minerals deposits while working closely with the affected Indigenous nations and through established regulatory processes. We've earmarked $40 million to support the critical minerals northern regulatory processes, and the budget also introduces a new 30% general mineral exploration tax credit for specified mineral exploration expenses occurred in Canada and renounced to flow through share investors. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize the importance of access to water and clean, fresh water across Western Canada. Just last week, I was in the north alongside with the Prime Minister to announce $214 million for a new Iqaluit water infrastructure system. Budget 22 proposes to also provide $43.5 million over 5 years and $8.7 million ongoing to create a new Canada Water Agency this year. The budget also provides $19.6 million to sustain the Freshwater Action Plan. This funding will support cleanup efforts in Lake Winnipeg, and Budget 22 proposes to provide $25 million to support the Experimental Lakes Area project, critical to fresh water across Canada. Mr. Speaker, this budget also includes very many important measures for the prairies and for the North and Arctic. Renewed commitment to modernize NORAD and defense, including Canada's North. $2 million to address the historic impacts of the giant mine on the Yellowknives Dene First Nation in the Northwest Territories, one of the most shameful historic events in our country's history. $4.8 million to the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada to support its operations. Important supports to doctors and nurses in rural and northern and remote communities, and $14.5 million to support the completion and operations of the Canada High Arctic Research Station, or CHARS. Mr. Speaker, we are listening to Northerners, we are listening to Westerners, we are listening to Indigenous partners, and we are acting. This is an ambitious budget, one that is fiscally responsible and will lead our country out of the pandemic for many years to come. Miigwech, kuyanamik merci, merci beaucoup, and thank you.
All right, time for questions and answers. Well, some questions and comments for sure. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Miigwech, through you to the member for his speech. My questions will again be directed towards the potential implementation of the spirit of S216 as was included in the Budget Act. Of course, as we have seen, the existing charitable law, or the transfer between charities and non-qualified donees or non-charities, is extremely archaic. In fact, some would say colonial in structure, which then makes it very difficult for charities to have the type of operation. So, for example, if a charity wants to give money to an overseas project, they cannot, it's physically impossible for them to oversee every single judgment. And that's why S216 was put in place, to make sure that those tactical decisions could stay on the ground while there was still lots of accountability. The challenge is in the budget document, and I'll actually quote from a professional, is that in the field, he says, however, the examples of accountability requirements set out in Budget 2022 are extremely detailed, highly prescriptive, operational in nature, which will make it extremely challenging if this is implemented in this method. We want to make sure that charities are of course, accountable, transparent to their donors. But we also want to make sure that charities have sufficient autonomy to do their work to help people, particularly I might add in the Indigenous context where unfortunately Indigenous peoples have been mistreated by this government since the very beginning of our country, and some of those have been quite egregious, including the residential school. So instead of adopting a colonial method, why would we not give them more autonomy, those charities, as is in the Bill S-216? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, and I thank the member for that question and for putting it on my radar. I certainly can talk longer about our reconciliation objectives and actions than I can about the actual the details of the charity and the budget. But I thank him for putting it on my radar, and I know that I endeavor to get back to him. I will make the necessary. I will do the research and find out about the particular issue that he's referencing, and I will speak to the honourable member.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just heard the speech from my colleague who talked about housing and the crying need for housing in Quebec, and especially in my riding in Rimouski. 0.2% of unoccupancy, which is historically low, the fourth worst record in Quebec. The housing strategy proposed in 2017 provided for $40 billion over 10 years. We're now halfway through the strategy. We don't even have half of the amounts invested. The Parliamentary Budget Officer stated that the government's objectives were not going to be met. I would like to understand, with the announcement made yesterday, $4 billion over 10 years to create 100,000 new housing units. In Quebec, we need 100,000 new housing units in the next 5 years. So, how can my colleague explain that the amounts invested yesterday will truly be useful to fighting the housing crisis? The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for that important question. What I can say is that the budget that was put forward yesterday is a budget that is very much focused on residential housing. New investments have been made to the tune of over $4 billion over 6 years. And through our residential housing policy, we will work to invest to 2025, 2026, $70 billion or thereabouts in residential housing, affordable residential housing. On top of this, $4.3 billion over 7 years for Indigenous residential housing throughout Canada. This is based on Inuit and First Nation distinctions and Métis distinctions also. We know that this is something that is eminently important for our country, and we will continue to work with territories and provinces and First Nations and Indigenous peoples to reach our objectives.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what about housing for persons with disabilities? We see that the housing co-ops have had some small investments in this budget, but CMHC used to be a leader in building cooperative housing, which is critical to the disability community. Today, I ask, will the Liberals commit to immediately restoring CMHC's former role in spearheading social development housing and to expand co-ops, and also to build more co-ops and protect the current co-ops from being scooped up by REITs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for her very important question, and this is really a budget that's focused on affordability. It's focused on housing. There's over $14 billion of new investment over 6 years for nonprofit housing. There's significant amounts for Indigenous housing, co-developed and in partnership with Métis, First Nation, and Inuit. There's $845 million for housing in Inuit and Nunangat alone. And we're working very closely with with Indigenous nations, with territories, with provinces. I do know there's an important sum for cooperative housing, and we will work with our partners to build good projects.
I thank the Minister for his interventions and, of course, the questions that went into that. But it being 1:30, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill 244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, standing in the name of Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow, seconded by Mr. May, Cambridge, moves that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, be now read a second time and deferred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to be standing here today in the House to speak about my private member's bill. Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, which allows Canadians the right to diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. This bill was tabled previously by the member for Cambridge, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge their work. It is a great privilege to be drawn so early for my private member business on such an important bill. This bill is part of the mandate letter from Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. And in the last Parliament, all parties in the House unanimously supported this bill. It was discussed in the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology before the House rose. Bill C-244 will fundamentally change the way consumers interact with the products they purchase with their hard-earned money. Introducing the right to repair will allow for wide-ranging solutions to some of the world's most pressing environmental issues. It will better inform Canadians the environmental impacts coming from the product they purchase. This bill is non-partisan and will benefit all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It will create a pathway for a right to repair framework to be implemented within our provincial and territorial government. The right to repair framework is a multi-dimensional issue. It is an important consideration for consumer protection, competition, and intellectual property. Right to repair takes a user-friendly approach and responds to some of the most common consumer problems, allowing repair to be made locally while also driving technological innovation. It is my sincere hope that this bill will be supported by my fellow member of the House. Mr. Speaker, the lifetime of electronics has reduced dramatically over the past decade, with consumers finding it to be more cost-effective to replace their broken items rather than repair them. This means that Canadians are not only paying more for the product they're using, but they're using them for less time. An ever-increasing number of products are ending up in landfills. There are over 20 million tons of electronic waste across the world right now, limiting the lifespan of devices with planned obsolescence. Planned obsolescence refers to the shortening of a product's useful life, making it out of date within a short period of time. This practice is costing middle-class families thousands of dollars every year, many of whom are already feeling the effect of rising inflation due to the pandemic. This practice is creating a significant environmental impact, one that Bill C-244 proposed to address. This bill will protect consumers, create a positive impact on their savings account, and contribute to a sustainable future. By introducing a limited scope of change, which would allow the diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of a product, we would be reducing waste to our landfills and extend lifespan of a product. The introduction of a right to repair framework would reduce the detrimental mining currently required to produce new products and conserve the country's precious natural resources. Activists and organizations around the world have been advocating for the right of repair. This movement began during the infancy of the computer era in the 1950s. I'm pleased to bring forward this bill today in the House. The Copyright Act is preventing repairs to copyrighted products, although nothing is being copied or distributed. This is beyond the scope of the purpose for which the legislation was intended. This practice could be considered anti-competitive in nature, which brings into question the legality of the Copyright Act. Industry players and lobbyists have suggested that intellectual property rights, security, and safety concerns should limit a consumer right to repair. But it shouldn't be that way. And years ago, products were made with simple parts without the use of smart technologies. And now, everything from washing machines to video game consoles are customizable. While this brings a huge advantage for the informed consumer, the cost of repairs associated with smart devices can add up quickly. This can cost the average Canadian more time and money in the long term. The right to repair can extend the life of a product by allowing manufacturers to supply information and spare parts and to facilitate replication after the part is no longer produced. Without the proposed right to repair amendment, if consumers decide to circumvent a technological protection measure, also known as TPM, they could face legal consequences simply for trying to repair their own product. TPMs are put in place by the manufacturer to control and limit the use of a product, preventing the modification of the original work. And currently, it is illegal to circumvent technological protection measure in Canada. TPMs can restrict access to the basic information needed for diagnosis, maintenance, or repair. They can also prevent repairs from being completed at all. Mr. Speaker, I believe the owner of a product should have the right to repair it. Copyright exists to protect the intellectual property and the original work of its creator. It ensures that programmers, developers, and artists are fairly compensated for their contributions. As technology becomes more important in our daily lives, the use of our digital device will become more relied upon for everyday services. Under the Copyright Act, the costs associated with ownership are significant and recurring. The right to repair can provide a roadmap to address these concerns. Bill C-244 ensures everyone has fair access to user manuals, software updates for their products. This bill will pave the way for making more parts and tools available. In the future, products can be designed in a more sustainable way, and these repairs can be made easily by a third party. Providing these options is crucial, as we have seen during the pandemic, where Canadians rely on their digital device to do their job and communicate safely with their loved ones. Within the technology sector, reuse is the best green policy. Some of the most common repairs can cause malfunction due to TPMs embedded with the product. A local repair shop could be making this repair with a right to repair framework. Repair shops have access to replacement parts for limited products, but many businesses are avoiding this option due to the legal challenges that are placed on them. This means higher costs for Canadians. With more items being sent to landfill, before they need to be. Bill C-244 seeks to avoid future problems with the Copyright Act by ensuring repairs can be completed safely and efficiently. Canada employs a voluntary exemption in the automotive industry, and Canadians can bring their vehicle to a local repair shop for this reason, supporting a local business in the process. Within the agriculture sectors, farming equipment has different requirements. The Copyright Act can prevent farmers from repairing their equipment safely. As the cost of living continues to increase, this becomes very important to consider. Our country's farmers have been hit hard by this lack of right to repair framework, and it is my hope to provide Canadians with the replacement part they need for a fair price and close to home. Offering secure options for repairs will provide peace of mind when something goes wrong. In the medical sector, equipment became critical for many hospitals. Some of most expensive equipment can make emergency repair difficult. Repair technicians have been denied access to repair information and medical equipment since the pandemic began. Technicians should be allowed to repair equipment and perform diagnostic tests. We simply cannot leave hospital and patients stranded during the worst pandemic we experience in our life. We should allow the repairs that hospitals need to care for our friends and family. Many countries are committed to a sustainable future. The United States government also supported a right to repair framework, and 19 states now have their own right to repair measure. European countries are also legislating in this area as of 2021, where manufacturers can provide spare parts for simple and safe repairs. This legislation also required that manufacturers can make other parts available to repair shops across Europe. And clearly, it is time to address the limitation of the Copyright Act in Canada now. Bill C-244 will change the definition of technological protection measure, apply to the software and computer programs within the product, allow circumvention of an encrypted program within Section 41 of the Copyright Act, allow for the transfer of device to service providers solely for the purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. And most importantly, allow Canada to be a leader in sustainable consumerism. Mr. Speaker, individuals will seek out the most cost-effective option when considering the repair or replacement of a product. The right to repair framework works within free market system, allowing consumers to choose the best option for them. This provides continued innovation and growth when bringing new products to the market. Let me be clear on the limitation of this bill. It is to address any concerns that are pressing to the members of this House. The circumvention of the TPMs are allowed for the sole purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair only, and any other circumvention is considered illegal. This does not rewrite the Copyright Act. The protection of the original work remains, with legal options available against those who violated the copyright illegally. By creating a limited scope of change, Canadians will have the power to repair their own product. This change is designed to put a measure of control back into the hands of Canadians. Let's give hardworking Canadians repair options and save them money in the process. And let us work together in building a greener future for everyone and our future generation to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, it is my sincere hope that my fellow members in the House see the benefit for Canadians in the proposed amendment and will vote together in support of the right to repair. I urge all members of the House to join me in supporting this bill, and I look forward to any questions and debates from my colleagues. We must ensure Canada is a global leader in sustainable consumerism and a strong champion for consumer rights. Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank colleague opposite for his speech. Right to repair is definitely a very important topic. When most people envision right to repair, they are thinking about their cell phones. They're thinking about their TVs and trying to get small parts and knickknacks repaired like that. There's one part that you alluded to in your speech that I found particularly interesting. Also, was farmers repairing their machinery. We were on our farm. Quite often it meant 4 or 5 hour drive one way to go get a part or to find somebody that had the special ability to be able to repair from a specific manufacturer, from a specific dealership. So I think that's a very important part to bring up. But there is one element to it that needs to be addressed and brought up. I wonder if the member has thought about the potential safety impacts that are the concerns within the industry about allowing non-OEM certified repairmen to repair machinery. I'm just wondering if you have any comments on that.
I want to remind the member, though, I didn't allude to anything. I know the member was talking about his bill as well. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for the important questions. In this bill, it addressed the right to repair for diagnosis and maintenance. It is important for us to carry out this framework so that we can help farmers in rural area to allow their equipment to be repaired within a close proximity so that they don't have to travel far distance. And also concerning about safety, it will be difficult for farmers to not repair the expensive equipment that they have purchased. And that is why I look forward to this bill to move forward to the committee and further discuss about this topic and hear out on the members' recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank. I apologize. I thank the member for Richmond Centre for his speech and his bill. I see him sitting next to the member for Cambridge, who had also tabled a similar bill. And I salute this member because I have sat with him on the Standing Committee on Defence, and a similar bill was already tabled for which there was unanimity in order to put the bill through to second reading. There was an election in the meantime, and this meant the bill died on the order paper. I just have a question for the member. Does he hope that we'll quickly move forward and finally be able to get this bill through, which seems to get more than consensus, unanimity, and we await its passage here in the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member of St. John. Although my French is not very well at the moment, but I'll try to reply my answers in English. As we all know, this bill was tabled previously by the member of Cambridge, and it was unanimously moved forward to a committee before the House rose. And I really look forward to the support of the House, member of the House in this bill, so that we can further study on this topic, and if necessary, to create amendment within this bill to perfect so that we can carry out the right to repair for all Canadians across the nation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his private member's bill. My colleague, the member from Windsor West, actually have done a lot of work in this regard. In fact, he's the Dean of the NDP, and prior to my time in this House, he's moved forward the right to repair in the automobile sector, and ever since we've been pushing to bring the right to repair to other products as well. In fact, we campaigned on this in the last election. So to that end, I am curious, though, that why would people be against it? I can only think of the industry who want to oppose the right to repair for their own profit margins. And is that the sense of the member as well? That is the key reason why there's opposition to the right to repair by consumers.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member from Vancouver East, for these important questions. For this bill, Bill 244, is to address the right to repair for all Canadians. And I know the member from Windsor South previously tabled a bill similar to this context for the auto industry. And I understand that it was at a point where voluntarily the automotive industry have exemption in the right to repair. However, it is not mandatory, and right now the right to repair framework is yet to address further with regards to this issue. And I look forward to more discussion and also debate with members of this House to better improve this bill. Thank you.
Time for one last question. The Honourable Member for Alexander Wheat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on my study of copyright over the years, it tends to be a zero-sum game. Someone wins, someone loses, unless you hit the sweet spot, in which case it's a win-win for everyone. We can see how this bill will probably create a new industry, a new repair industry, employing some people with important skills. Could the member comment on how the bill might also spur innovation at the level of the original equipment manufacturers?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre with a quick answer.
Thank you for members' important questions. This bill actually address and also create a lot of economic opportunity in our nations. It will also expand on a new industry with repairs for spare parts and also aftermarket parts, potentially OEM products. And this is why it's important for us to discuss together about this bill to see how we can fine-tune to that sweet spot so that all Canadians can benefit from this bill. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is as Minister of the Shadow Cabinet that I am speaking today on this private member's bill. And this private member's bill, as we indicated from the member for Richmond Centre, 244, has been taken from the bill tabled earlier by his colleague from Cambridge. They're sitting side by side. That is 272, which we studied during the previous Parliament, so before the election. And we will remember, Mr. Speaker, that at the time we had given our support for the bill to clause-by-clause consideration, and that the official opposition will support its second reading this bill in order for it to be studied clause by clause in committee. And it's part of our work. We want to hear all opinions because there are opinions that are very interesting and attractive with regard to this bill and others that require a different reading and considerations of other aspects in order to better understand the situation by looking at all the impacts that we can fix in committee if need be. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, which talks essentially about copyright, but can be summarized in a few words. That is the right to repair. Because we have new habits, we all buy electronic products, and what we do is that we try to open it up, we try to understand, we don't understand it, and we throw it away, and then we buy another. So in previous days, we don't even need to go that far back. As soon as you had a problem with a tool or an object that we used on a daily basis at home, be it a toaster or a new washer, we were able, with some imagination, to repair it or to find a solution. And now, of course, it gets thrown out. And the positive impact that this bill could have is that, first of all, it would allow people to repair themselves the objects that they have, but also to avoid throwing things away constantly, these kinds of objects that can no longer be used because we simply can't repair them ourselves. So yes, it's an environmental approach that has a very attractive part to it. This bill, as I said, is a take-two version, if you will, because there was already a debate that took place 2 years ago here in the House, and I read what my colleagues said on it in preparing for this speech, and my colleague from Cypress Hill, Graceland and Peace River, Westlock, had good observations based on their personal experience, and we heard earlier my colleague from Saskatchewan, who himself, a young man, said that he grew up on a farm and that his father and his grandfather and his family worked directly with tools, and when there was a problem, well, they fixed it. And I want to say that John Deere, 2015 or 2019, which version was it? 215
He can help me. So he said, le collègue.
The colleague was telling us that back in the day, people repaired things. They helped each other. They passed a phone call. They called the company. They got referred to another local business, and then they said how to repair it. And today it's much more difficult. Why? Because when you open up a motor or you look at the parts, there's a computer. Often there's an integrated circuit. And there are chips, and you can understand, Mr. Speaker, that it's not everybody that is able to open something up and repair it themselves or even to reprogram this object. So a number of people go around this kind of computer to repair it, but this can create problems. And we have to ensure there is a framework for the right to repair for citizens and consumers, but also for the businesses in our communities that aren't necessarily tied directly to the products that we're talking about. And this is where the nuance must be made. And here is where we say the devil is in the details, and that is where we must ensure that the bill is well put together. So we understand, Speaker, that today's digital world in the 21st century means that there are new challenges. However, we must allow people to continue to have the right to repair and not always be held hostage to the initial manufacturer, which has an absolute right by sealing once and for all the product's interior parts, and this slows the enthusiasm of consumers and regional businesses, local businesses that can help to repair these products instead of sending it back to the headquarters of the company and the fees that are involved. This is the second time, as I've mentioned, that we've talked about this bill, the second time because there was an election. I won't talk about that, of course. We're speaking optimistically and positively, constructively today. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just in the House of Commons in Ottawa that people are talking about this. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre, sponsor of the bill, said it. Some 20 states in the U.S. are also legislating. Other countries are legislating on this, and Canada must therefore see how to put forward the proper legislation to deal with this issue. So we must also understand that when we talk about the right to repair, we're talking about areas of jurisdiction that belong to the provinces. And that is why we must be vigilant to ensure that we're not trampling on those areas of jurisdiction, but we're also opening the door for the provinces that would like to amend their legislation in order to allow the right to repair, because they can do so based on the framework set out under Bill C-244. So, again, it's important to ensure that the drafting of the bill be done properly. There's also an impact, Mr. Speaker, on warranties. When you purchase a product, there is obviously always a warranty. And to what extent will the warranty apply if you undo a product? You take the cover off the computer. So there again, we have to ensure that the warranty impacts are considered, the impact on provincial legislation be considered, that the impact is as well on the fact that an individual is touching a product, the internal parts of the product, that is, and that there's no net negative impact. So, Mr. Speaker, as you see, there are many concerns that need to be clearly defined in the bill, and that is why, when the debate took place in the last Parliament, there were voices that were raised that said they didn't agree. That's legitimate, and all the better, because that's what we call a democracy, and that means getting to the bottom of the situation to avoid obstacles, because once the bill becomes law, it goes back to the House and voted on, and then we live with it. So we have to ensure that once it's passed, we don't have to repair it ourselves. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, there are voices that were raised in opposition to what was then Bill C-272. So the Association of Manufacturers, which is a very strong farm organization, said that this was a fundamental issue for them and that it was too vague. So I presume that during the clause-by-clause consideration, we will have an opportunity in committee to hear from these voices raised in opposition to understand the interpretation, and we'll have to fix this and ensure that there are not too many waves, if you will, and also, Mr. Speaker.
Quote the Brand Tractor, CEO of Brand Tractor business, who said, and I quote him, "This is a terrible legislation. This kind of legislation kills all dealers like Brand Tractor and hurts manufacturers," unquote. Donc, l'avertissement qui est lancé.
So the warning given by some industry groups directly impacted by the bill is that it's too vague, and also that this will have a direct impact on all small business owners that currently work in this area. So, Mr. Speaker, I would repeat, the official opposition agrees with the principle of the bill. At second reading, there is no problem with that. We will move forward because we understand there is a positive impact for rural communities in Canada in order to allow farmers to continue to do the work they need to do with their equipment without necessarily having to replace things. We understand this will have an impact on the environment because instead of throwing things away, we'll repair. So there'll be a second, third, fourth life for these kinds of objects instead of sending it to the dump. And we know the environmental impact, the heavy environmental impact this has. So we know that there's an impact as well on industry, an impact on the way things are done, an impact on local businesses, and that has to be taken into consideration. And if there are clauses in the bill that need to be amended or added even, or deleted, then we would be open to that kind of amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. L'honorable député de Saint...
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today on C-244. We're talking indirectly about planned obsolescence, and the opposite of that is the circular economy. And I would just like to joke that we're seeing a bit of the circular economy here with this bill because it's being recycled from another parliament. Now, as mentioned, in its initial form, this bill had received unanimous approval, including from the Bloc Québécois, and that will happen here again. We will be supporting this bill. This bill is about the right to repair. We know that with today's consumer products, there are more and more electrical components. And now we have such things as even smart fridges. And we know that when it comes to these circuits, there are digital barriers that prevent the product from being repaired, unless it's with the approval of the manufacturing company, access to the codes. So if a repair person decides to circumvent technological protection measures, well, such a person would be violating the Copyright Act. And this bill aims to correct this situation. So what is planned obsolescence? It's a set of techniques, including software, which are used by goods producers to deliberately reduce the lifespan of the product. There are many ways to do this. Think about the fashion industry. We know that in many cases, products that still work perfectly well can be considered to be out of date. We see that with fashion, like when stiletto heels are popular one year, then clunky heels the next year, and then it goes back to stilettos. So very often, something could be fixed, it could still be used. And yet, because products are put on the market again and again so quickly now, sometimes people don't keep products for a long time. Additionally, very often, the goods produced today don't have a lot of durability. They're fragile. We don't have as much control over this, but very often, these goods produced have a shorter lifespan. And the goal is to make us buy more. We know that that was a method that was used to spark the economy after the World Wars, but today we need to consider the environmental aspect, and that's very important. So on the specific matter of the lifespan of consumer goods, the National Assembly of Quebec brought forward a Bill 197 that looked at this. And so I'll just touch on it. It's still being studied, but the goal is to bring in a sustainability rating for products that would indicate what the average lifespan of these goods is. And all of that would be on a label that would be on the product, whether it's a rental or for sale. And that way, the consumers would know how long it's supposed to last. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with that bill, because there will be a real effect on legal warranties. There will be different types of these guarantees. The type of lifespan the product can have if we use it appropriately in the normal way. And this is a bit different from the conventional warranty, where the seller and the buyer agree. When I was in secondary school, I loved reading Garfield comics. And so just as an anecdote, I remember today an extract which I found on the internet. In one of the comics, you see John's watch where the spring is coming out. We see the TV starting to steam, and then all of the appliances in the house explode at the same time. And so then Garfield goes and looks at the documents, the warranties that John has on his desk, and says, "Oh yeah, it's what I thought. The warranties all expired yesterday." So that's what we could hopefully do something about with these sustainability ratings. And then another thing in the bill would mean that any repair pieces, tools, and services that are necessary to repair the project should be available at a price and reasonable conditions. Another clause in the bill would state that the producer of the goods would not be able to refuse to honor the warranty if the product was repaired by someone who was not working for the producer, as long as that person was certified by the Consumers Protection Office. And it reminds me of what the member for Louis Saint Laurent was saying, the fact that we need to work with the provinces. And I think that will be the case with this situation here in Quebec. And it means that it's excellent that the House of Commons is looking at this, because these bills, the one from the House of Commons and the one from the National Assembly, are complementary. It means that the federal copyright legislation won't be used in order to go against the National Assembly's legislation. So that's great to see, because it's quite rare that these two jurisdictions are complementary rather than opposing each other. I spoke about psychological planned obsolescence, like with fashion, and then the other aspect which has to do with products' lifespan. And now here we're looking at the issue of technical protection measures, which in many cases reduces the lifespan of a product, and which means that it makes it much less favorable for the consumer to have the thing repaired, because it means that it's very difficult due to repair people not having access to the codes, and the producers can easily they can easily control the price. And so this means here that in this bill there is a clause stating that a person who circumvents a technological protection measure that controls access to a computer program, if the person does so for the sole purpose of diagnosing, maintaining, or repairing a product in which the computer program is embedded, is not violating copyright. And that's the same thing to a person who manufactures, imports, or provides a technology, device, or component for the purposes of circumventing a technological protection measure. That also would not violate the Copyright Act. So that would enable people to repair these goods without ultimately being subject to a type of monopoly from manufacturers. Now, if we look at a very concrete situation and the type of items that might be affected by this type of planned obsolescence, earlier the member for Windsor West, we heard about the bill to ensure that cars would not be subject to this type of measures, but ultimately this wasn't carried out through the legislative method. It was simply carried out through an agreement, but it does make cars more repairable. We know that cars are more and more technological. We know, for example, that using just the key of the car, the mechanic can do a diagnostic of the state of the car. And so that's a case where we've got around the problem of repairability. I recall in the preceding parliament having heard about the example of a farmer who might need to go on a lengthy trip to go to a specific repair person So there's a real cost to that. There's an environmental cost to this planned obsolescence issue, but on top of that, when you think that there's also transportation costs, it's ridiculous. And that's a problem we saw, for example, with the John Deere company, which had integrated this idea of planned obsolescence so well that when they sell a tractor, they sell the tractor, but not the technologies that go with it. There's a clause that means that the farmer is buying the tractor, but not the software, the operating software, which still belongs to the company. Let me just say that I have a little niece. She's 4.5 years old. And a joke she likes is, why are John Deere tractors green? And I know the interpreters are not going to like this joke, but essentially it's a pun. Ask John, he will tell you, he will dear you, as in French. So we see a similar planned obsolescence issue with Apple. We know that we all have phones, computers from Apple. But Apple has actually had the gall to have all of the components of its products be patented to avoid having people get them fixed by competitors. That way it ensures that no one else can reproduce a similar product to be able to repair it. So we see all kinds of areas where this has an effect, and this bill would fix this issue that we throw away far too many products that could still be repaired. Thank you.
Okay, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleasure to join in the debate here today on Bill C-244, and was able to leave committee and jump in here. My colleague from the bloc speaking prior to me with very good analysis of the bill, and as well of the efforts in Quebec and their legislature to deal with the situation over right to repair. And it's part of what we're doing here is following up on work that needs to be done. And I'm really pleased the member for Richmond Centre has tabled Bill C-244. I had a good conversation with him, and the intent of the bill is to make things better, not only in terms of a consumer society, but environmentally, and I think competitiveness-wise. In the number of years I've been in Parliament, I've tabled a couple times bills on the right to repair for the automotive aftermarket. About 10 years ago, my bill actually passed through the House of Commons, went to committee, and then at the end of the day, a voluntary agreement was reached, which is still in place to today, that was done by then Minister Tony Clement. That is decent. It has some issues, and I've subsequently retabled another bill on the automotive sector because since that time, the automation, electronics, information have changed quite significantly. And we don't have all those participating in this voluntary agreement. A good example is Tesla is not actually providing the information. And so this bill here would amend the Copyright Act to allow for consumers to be able to adjust and to fix and to deal with an electronic device that is in a state of disrepair, or in some instances, we have young people that like to do that for their own innovation and for their own usages. It does not allow for the commercialization of hence devices, but it is very serious, and I'll outline a little bit on the automotive sector. But one thing that is different about this bill is this would give the provinces jurisdiction to bring in their own legislation. And there is some benefit to that. There's some detraction from that, but it is another process. And I full-heartedly support this bill going to committee, and so do New Democrats, who have long had a history with the right to repair on many fronts. And the focus that I had on automotive was because others are also looking at this type of legislation that would be done through the provinces. And so the reason I focus on automotive was because the federal legislation under Transport Canada does require a pan-Canada strategy for that. And so when we look at this issue, it's, where I'm speaking from right now is in Windsor, Ontario, and the situation had become so absurd that my vehicle that I would have could not be fixed in the aftermarket because information would not be provided, say, for example, simple software update or tools or equipment, whereas I could drive it over to Detroit, Michigan, 2 miles or 3 kilometers from here and get the same vehicle that was even built in Canada actually fixed in the aftermarket. And in the United States, they had used the Environmental Protection Act and other types of legislation to provide a fair system. And so what we're asking for is for fair compensation and an accountable process to share that information. So technicians can get the proper training. You'll have the proper equipment to fix vehicles. And on top of that, we have hundreds of thousands of people employed in this sector, and it would be impossible for just service in the general market, being the dealerships, to actually service all these vehicles. And then you also have the issues of the consequences of not fixing these devices. And I'll focus a little bit in the moment for cars, and I'll switch to other devices in a second. But for cars, when you think about it, by not allowing us to have this type of a fixing system, we will close all kinds of shops and places across Canada. Not only that, is that people will be required to drive their vehicles sometimes hundreds of kilometers, not in the best state. They will have higher emissions. They will have greater safety issues. And then there will be a number of different shenanigans that take place. And one is where, quite frankly, we ran into situations where a simple updating of a computer flash would stop a car from being fixed in an aftermarket garage, whether it be, Canadian Tire or somewhere else, and it would have to be towed to another location to get this simple adjustment to make it actually a working vehicle. We also have municipalities and provincial service vehicles that are affected by this. And especially when they actually have their vehicles that are very much a specialty vehicle, being amended for public service, actually have to require some different types of servicing that's in your complementary type of places, whether it be your different types of market OEMs or others. So this is really important that we have this taken care of. Now, I have, to be quite frank, Mr. Speaker, been outreach since I've tabled my bill by some of the automotive sector again, and they're looking back at that. There's the aftermarket organizations are looking at it. So hopefully the volunteer agreement that we have is going to get a good, thorough review for the automotive sector, so that we don't have a further conflict, and there can be some working of the operations to be better. But quite frankly, if we have, car companies like Tesla that are opting out of this and with no consequences, I don't know how we go about a voluntary agreement, because that's not fair for anyone, let alone the owners of the Tesla vehicle, but also, too, on top of that, other companies that are doing the right thing. And some companies have been very forthright on this and working very hard and diligently to be supportive and to be fair. And again, this is done in a way that's accountable. Others have not been so much. So that's the challenge that we face with the voluntary agreement. Now, to move specifically to the members' bill, it's much more broad with regards to the consequences that it can have. And I don't mean consequences as a negative thing. I mean it as actually a significant thing, from everything from electronic waste that could be reduced. There's clearly a lack of regulation in Canada when it comes to some of our electronics in general. And most recently, there has been some movement among some electronic providers to allow for their devices to have third-party fixing of them. I mean, how many times did you see, kids or other people or adults walking around with broken computer screens from their phone, and it seemed like a hopeless cause, or having to pay hundreds of dollars for a simple fix for something that should be done quite easily. And on top of that, sending it into a process that is so demanding, taking a long time, basically being predicated upon in terms of pricing for, especially what is now, people view, your mobile personal device as an essential service. We use it for a number of different things, not only just in terms of a phone, but we use it for everything from work, play, staying connected to family, loved ones, and we pay a premium for it. There's no doubt about that, and especially in Canada, as we have some of the highest costs in the developed world with regards to these types of equipment. So there's no doubt that we need to do better on that. And, just the lack of standards for charging, for example, of these devices worldwide, and the amount of electronic waste we have is a simple one to show that there's a real problem. So the member has put forth a number of suggestions here. And so we're looking at the possibility of people being able to work through digital locks. These are simple things that can be done to allow people to have the convenience of fixing the devices or getting to experience them in a different way. But again, there is no commercialization rights to this, and there is no infringement that can take place on the Copyright Act. There is a number of different issues that will be very helpful when we get to committee to bring this forward. And I know I have about a 1 minute to conclude here, Mr. Speaker, and just want to say thank you for the member for bringing forward this bill. I appreciate my colleagues' interest in this subject matter for many years as we wrestle through it. And as I conclude, the United Kingdom, Europe, the United States, a number of countries are grappling with how to deal with this right now. And I think that it's very appropriate to bring this committee to substance. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak from the beautiful riding of Don Valley East. I want to first thank the member from Richmond Centre for bringing forward Bill C-244. I think it's very timely. Right to repair, as you know, as all the speakers have said in the last few speeches, is something that Canadians are looking for. It makes complete sense, and often we have lawmakers that don't keep up to technology changes at a pace where it should be. And it's nice to see in this House everyone who spoke so far agree that this is a well needed piece of legislation. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I got a letter from a gentleman from North Perth, and he was a independent owner of a small theater, and he was telling me that the motherboard on the projector, the projectors are, I believe, are around $50,000 to $100,000. The motherboard is about a $5,000 piece of technology, and the technology was built in a way where when the battery, which is basically a $1 watch battery, dies, the entire motherboard resets and becomes useless unless you pay $5,000 to fix that device. And that was a recent letter I got. That's from February 16th. And the reason I got it was because I introduced a piece of proposed legislation when I was at the Ontario legislature that dealt with right to repair as well. And I still to this day get people calling me about the issue. So there are many Canadians who agree that we need to move forward on making some changes. And I think this proposed piece of legislation, this bill, is exactly what the people of Ontario are looking for. To change the Copyright Act to prohibit the use of technology protection measures or technological protection measures, or sometimes referred to as digital locks, is a good step in the right direction. Things are changing so quickly on our planet. It's important for us to be able to fix our devices when necessary. I think that when you look around Ontario, some people have talked about the agriculture sector. We talk about personal handheld devices, our washing machines, to our fridges. Everything is integrated with software today. The technology speaks to each other, and it's important that people have access to fixing those pieces as quickly as possible. I read a story a while back about people having to put their tractors onto trucks and move them hundreds of miles to get them fixed because they weren't given the codes to access the software for updates that were necessary. This slows down production in agriculture, of course, and it does something else. It takes away from the local economy. You know, we should think of repair people in the sector as almost comparable to a mechanic shop. If your car is broken, you're not going to travel hundreds of kilometers In most cases, if you live in a town, there's some type of accessibility mechanic that you can go and see and get your car fixed. Well, it's not necessarily the case with technology today, you have cell phones that are so costly to fix, or pieces that are integrated onto motherboards that are so integrated you have to replace the entire piece. It becomes very, very expensive. My first experience with the right to repair was when my Samsung 8 at the time fell. It broke. Actually, my daughter dropped it and the screen broke, and I went to go fix it. And the bill was $330 plus tax. And the replacement was just a bit more than that at the time. And I was just shocked that a screen could cost so much. The phone was perfectly working. It just had a crack on the top right. And that kind of opened up the whole world of right to repair and the advocacy that was out there. And in fact, around the same time, the member from Ottawa Centre, he was not the member at the time, but he sent me a clip from CBC, and they talked about right to repair and the growing concerns in the sector, and how companies were protecting their diagnostic software, the manuals and schematics, specific tools and parts, and not making it available to people. I thought that we need to make some changes in order to create more accessibility to these products. So this piece of the proposed legislation and working with the provinces is actually the perfect balance to have the right to repair movement continue to grow here in this country. I want to thank the member from Cambridge who back, I believe it was in February of 2021, did bring forward the initial bill, right to repair, and brought some national profile to this issue. But there's been many other members across this country that have been advocating in their provincial legislatures for years, fighting for right to repair. I just want to mention a couple of those because I think it's important to recognize the work that's happening in the provincial level, because it is it complements the work that's happening here and vice versa federally. But Daniel Guitar from New Brunswick has been doing some incredible work, Gordon McNeely in PEI. And I want to give a special thanks to the work of Guy Ouellette, who I would have to say is probably one of the original legislators across this country who's actually put in a lot of time and effort, not only here in this country, but right across the world, North America, at the international level, fighting for right to repair. He introduced a bill back in April of 2019. It was the Bill 197 that amended the Consumer Protection Act, like my bill did, my Bill 72 in Ontario. But his focused on planned obsolescence, and in addition to those areas like access to parts, schematics, etc. But the bill was the first of its kind in Canada that looked at planned obsolescence and really put in place the European model for protection of products by giving them a rating system that allowed people to know exactly what they were buying before they actually purchased it, to see how long it would actually last. But right to repair is more than just making sure people have the ability to fix their product. There is, like many of the members have said, and I'm so happy to see that all of the previous members, from the impression I got, were on board to support this proposed bill, this proposed legislation, this bill. And it's very rare when you go into a chamber like ours, a forum where you get it seems like everyone agreeing that this is something that has to go forward. So again, I want to compliment the member from Richmond Centre for bringing this forward and having people. It seems like a lot of support to move this forward. But there's the environmental piece that is connected to this. There's having the ability the right to to take a product and actually improve it, to fix it. I often think about the early days of Microsoft and, and Apple and all these big tech companies. You can see Steve Jobs in his garage taking parts, from one computer, putting into another computer, updating software. If strict right to repair laws were in place back then, we probably wouldn't have a company like Apple today. We wouldn't have companies like Microsoft. So having the ability to go into a device and actually, update software to replace parts is all about innovation. It helps create a more innovative sector as well. And it's important to note that this is not about, compromising copyright law. This is about protecting intellectual property, but at the same time allowing people to move forward to improve the products that they own. So I will be supporting this bill, and I want to thank the member for the work that he has been doing to advocate for this issue. And I hope that we can move forward to work with provincial governments to ensure at the end of the day that both federal and provincial governments can make the necessary changes in order to build a better country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Before I read this part, once again, wish everybody a joyeuse Pâques à toutes et à tous.
A happy Easter to one and all.
Here to everyone, a happy Passover as well. So all enjoy your 2 weeks reconnecting with your constituents, and we'll see you here in a couple of weeks.
It being 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until Monday, April 25th, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.